Happy Monday, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. Glad you could be here. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. My name is Todd. If this is your first time here, this is a reaction stream. All these videos you're about to watch are member requested off of toddreacts.com. And if you would like to request a video and literally guide the stream, you certainly can. toddreacts.com. Season tier gets you 2 video requests per month. Series tier gets you 3 video requests per month. So go ahead and check those out. Of course, as of June 1st, we do have the summer collection of merch available right now. We got the Ultra Soft tee, the crop top, the tank top, the athletic tank top. We got super soft hoodies with the script on the back, with the graphic on the back. Amazing, amazing stuff. I'm currently wearing the script soft hoodie. It is wildly soft on the inside. It's the heirloom combed, what is it called? Heirloomed ring spun cotton. It is fantastic. It is. I wish all shirts felt like this. I wish all hoodies felt like this. I'm sure you've felt hoodies that, you throw it on and you're just like, it's not as soft as I want it to be. It's not as comfy as I want it to be. This is definitely soft and comfy, so you will enjoy it for sure. Adidas quarter zip pullover, of course. We got a muscle tank with the graphic on the back. Mesh shorts, because it is summertime and we will be outside. A light bomber jacket as well, just in case it gets a little chilly. So go ahead and check those out. Ships worldwide, 15% off for all ToddReacts.com members. And accessories, of course, we got a brand new pillow, script bag, the journal, of course, some new stickers with the new designs, and also the double wall tumbler currently in front of me. It does come with the straw, and it's nice. You can have ice in there, and you won't feel the condensation at all. So it's fantastic in that regard. Perfect for a summer day. So go ahead and check those out. And if you're watching live via, well, not live, but you're watching on YouTube, you can certainly go ahead and hit the subscribe button. That will tell the algorithm that you like it and you want to see more of it. And hopefully, it recommends it on your homepage. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. Over 1,100 videos on the YouTube. So if you're watching via Twitch and you haven't checked it out yet, go ahead and check it out. Just under 14,000 subscribers. I thank each and every one of you. It has been quite the journey. Quite the journey. We have reacted to a lot of different shows, music, comedians, music videos, sports. Like it's just been kind of all over the place, and it's been really amazing. And I hope you've learned something. Certainly, if you watch one of these, you definitely learn quite a bit. It's been an absolute labor of love, and I'm glad you're here for it. And tell your friends, share it out, let people know, let people join in on the conversations, and certainly, of course, go ahead and see if I can get it ready here. Oh, you know what? I had this pulled over for the last stream. I totally forgot about that. Go ahead and check out the Discord as well. There's over 232 members, if I'm not mistaken. It might be 233 at this point, of wonderful, wonderful people, and they're ready to have a 234, excuse me. Not me underselling it. 234 members. Friends have been made. It has been really amazing to watch it grow into this wonderful experience. You get to talk about what you're passionate about. You get to find other people in the world that are into what you're into. You can share photos and links and videos and all that stuff. Like, it's fantastic. So if you're looking for a space like that, go ahead and join. Totally free. The link is available everywhere. Go to toddreacts.com. It literally has all the links you might need. Or it's under the video on YouTube in the description. But as you can see, we got some wonderful fandom channels here, quite a few of them. And if you want to add one, just come up here to the request a channel and let us know what you want, and we'll make it for you. We have some wonderful community pages as well for you to talk and show and enjoy and all that good stuff. So go ahead and check out the the Discord. As you can see, it also tells you when I'm live via Twitch, which is super nice, super handy. And yeah, there we are. You owe me 2 links. Oh, because of the yes, because of the splitting of the video. I forgot about that. Am I in focus? I can't even tell. There we go. I think that's good. I used to have autofocus, and then I realized sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. I mean, this camera has been through it. It has absolutely been through the paces for the last 4 years. So, you know, maybe it's getting old. Maybe it's, you know, hopefully hanging on for a while, but we'll see. So now I just do manual focus. But anyway, we have wonderful. They're in mod chat. Appreciate it, Jace. Shout out to the mods. They're going to provide all the information after the videos that you see. Jace, Luke, Rocco, Kitty, I appreciate it. So we have five amazing videos for you today. We're going to start off with a Katseye video, and then we have a Cordelia Chase video that's going to be split up into 2 different videos. It's a little longer, so we're going to do some links in between, kind of the halfway point, and then we'll carry on with it, do a little bit more. And then we have the Way Home video, TikTok edits, and then we are going to end the day and kick off the week with a AmazingPhil video. Dan is in it as well. So yeah, it'll be quite interesting. A very funny end to it, I'm assuming, but we shall see. That's the beauty. You have no idea. And right before stream, I do want to say this. Right before stream, we actually did a live poll for the summer sweepstakes winner. Congratulations to Savannah Warner. You have won. You have won. You will be getting an email from me shortly, so you can get your, I believe it's the script crop top. I hope you enjoy it. I know you'll enjoy it. But congratulations. If you didn't win this time, enter the next one. There will be a next one. If you didn't enter at all, enter the next one. So you can have a chance to win. It's open to everybody. As long as you're 18, I think 18 and then worldwide. So not a high bar to cross. Not a high bar to cross. But thank you to everybody that entered. I appreciate it greatly. You will win the next one, maybe, hopefully, potentially. But let's go ahead and jump into this, shall we? I had my summer work schedule change, so I'm not exactly used to commuting into work and then doing this afterwards. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. We might have to move them to Wednesdays, but I'm not exactly sure. Right now, I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. But we shall see as the night carries on. All right. Let's go ahead and bring up some videos. All right. I think this one we're going to need... Yeah, we're going to need this to be like this, because I'm pretty sure it's going to have text. So this is the Gnarly Era in a nutshell. I have never heard of this group ever before in my life. So that's the beauty. That's the beauty. We're going to learn this together. Or maybe you already know them and you're just waiting to see my reaction to them. But if you haven't, it should be fun.
When I was on set and they were like, okay, Mano, like, you're gonna slap Megan's ass, I was just like, when I was on set and they were like, okay, Mano, like, you're gonna slap Megan's ass, I was just like, wow, we've come so far from this.
Let me tell you about a little story with my roommate. So we got off the flight like yesterday and we went to bed, and this morning we both woke up around the same time, but we didn't know that each of us were awake, and I thought Laura was still asleep. Can you like back up a little bit? But we could tell that like
Can you
each
like
of us were
back
like
up?
so annoyed that we couldn't fall asleep because we were jet lagged, and I just heard her like go like like toss and turn. I was like, oh.
Ramen's your favorite. My favorite was the ramen one.
How do you say favorite in Korean?
Tre.
Oh my God.
quiet합니다. Don't dance. Let's
The way they were saying that, it was almost like the horror sound, like wah, 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 wah.
go sleep합니다.
So weird.
Let's go sleep.
sleep합니다. 대박. 굿나잇 합니다. 조용히 합니다. 제가 분명 굿나잇 하라고 했지 않습니까?
Oh my
스윗
god.
드림, 플리즈. 잘 자는구만. 지지직 이상무.
We've been telling ourselves that we need to be more like nonchalant and like more like so like it's just not really working.
He interrupted. Can we move the bed?
That's
like,
gotta
so we
be
can
a
open
little
the door?
strange.
Let's make a fort. Can we make a fort? Wait, we have to dance. Let's practice. How did he find us?
Be quiet 합니다.
We have to cover the window.
Wait.
What the heck? I didn't know he could open the window. Like this.
He can't come in. He can't come in.
Oh.
Step back on and tell him who you are. Hey, go to bed. Are you tired?
안 되겠구만.
He's gone.
We need to block every single.
저 타월 in front of me.
I love how they blocked the windows and didn't
You
think,
brought
hey,
me.
there's no siding to this.
빨리.
Megan, tell him no. Tell him. Go away, please.
Should we? Oh my god. Should we read what Pat stories? Is that what it's called?
Oh no.
What the hell? There's a bunch.
Oh no. See, I am totally ignorant to that site, but even I know that site is that's an interesting territory to go into.
Don't. I shouldn't do it. Close the laptop. Why?
Not a good place for her to go. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh god. I'm doing a different one. Still Memphis. That one has 33,000 views, so I guess people like that. Let's give
Oh
it a try.
gosh. Oh no.
The first thing it says, in which ex-girlfriends Mano and Sophia are forced to live and perform together. Right.
Right. Call therapist.
아니 안 맞아. 하나 맞아. 3, 2, 1. Start.
Dang.
1 right. Oh. 2 right. Use your brain. You got 2 right. One right. 2 right. 3 right.
Period. Wait, that was pretty quick. That was so fast.
Dang. That was actually impressive.
Oh my god. Maybe he just wants
Especially
to
with
dance
everybody
us.
yelling at
Do you
you.
wanna dance?
Like, I would just
Dance
screw that
for
up
us?
so bad.
I'm the shit.
춤을 왜 춥니까?
One at a time.
오케이.
하나, 둘, 셋.
I'm the shit.
Would you sign my book?
The movies are going in the next photo now.
You know you've made it when you've been asked to sign that.
Let me see your girl. We have the same fucking phone. You're lying. Oh my god. I don't have anything to sign with but a pad.
Oh my god.
There's a monster. It's in there.
But do you see it's all the way back there?
You say go.
저쪽으로
몬스터가 어디 있습니까?
It's right there. It's right there. You have to go and see. You have to go.
Oh, yes, yes.
이게 지금 뭐 하는 겁니까?
You go to bed. Wait, who we are? Katseye.
침대 리셋합니다.
We're so tired.
오케이, 투게더. 뛰지 않습니다. 돈 좀.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we're gonna pay for his therapy.
You're right. But I'm about to wash it right now.
I will say this. Yes, that is product placement and it is an advertisement, but it is beautifully done. It makes it way more fun than just reading a script. Anyway, 15%, blah, blah, blah. Like, that is something to watch and enjoy. And yes, it's obnoxious in product placement, but you kind of lose track of that.
Danny, I love you so much. What the hell? Like literally, why? I'm gonna. On your pillow.
See, I'm cleaning it. There's ketchup and makeup. Look, that's from Laura. That's my hair dye.
Get off my bed!
They kept telling us to go like crazier and crazier, and there was like one point where I started like twerking on the floor. And they were like,
we not anybody now.
and they were like, maybe not.
Is fucking gnarly.
Oh boy. Oh boy. It made everyone pause.
You changed it with your hair every performance. People were like, save Laura, because you've been hurting me with your hair every performance.
No, why didn't you tell me?
No,
Like,
because I don't want to stop you from being kind.
How many did you guys get?
19.
46, 47.
There's no way.
We have.
Those are extras.
We have 52.
No, you don't.
No, they have 34.
No, we have
132, 33, 34. 34?
We came together and decided you guys are losing.
Yeah, Danny, we think you're the loser.
Yeah.
Stop the balance. He's trying to kiss me.
Do you have a problem?
Yes, I have problem.
What's your problem?
Danny's bullying.
Oh, no.
Gonna make a choreography.
It's not my home.
Disney knees.
So it's day 2 of the music shows. We're so excited. Today is Music Bank. So we are getting ready.
Oh my gosh. That was a fever dream, chaos, chaotic, amazing, personalities through the ceiling. That was quite amazing. I have no idea who these people were, and now I like them. Boy, that is beautiful chaos right there. Beautiful chaos. Let me throw a like on that. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original video. Go throw out some much deserved love. Let me go ahead and throw that link in the Twitch chat for all of you watching live. Hopefully that goes through. It did. Okay. Whew. There we go. All right, let's pull up some more information on Katseye. Because frankly, I don't know. I don't know that much. All right, here we go. Katseye, pronounced Cat's Eye, is a girl group based in LA, California. Group is composed of 6 members: Manon, Sophia, Daniela, Lara, Megan, and Yoon Che, with members from the Philippines, South Korea, Switzerland, and the U.S., often described as a global girl group. Interesting. And they seem tall. Do they seem like wildly tall? Actually, I just looked at the heels. Those are like 3 inches, 2 inches, 3 inches. Okay. I was like, why do they look... Actually, she's not wearing any sort of platform. She's tall. Wow. Formed through the 2023 reality show Dream Academy. Interesting. The debut Dream Academy talent competition reality show created as an international collab between Hybe and Geffen Records aimed at creating a global girl group. I have never heard of that. Fan interactive project involves 20 female candidates from around the world competing in 3 missions to test their artistry. Eliminations occurred after each mission, leaving 10 contestants to compete in the finale, during which the group's members would be decided. Project's intention, international group based on K-pop methodology. Project was announced 2023, ran for a total of 12 weeks. Interesting. And they ended up from 10 to 6 in the finale. Only 4 episodes. I like how condensed a lot of stuff is. In order to select the 20 candidates, they launched at global auditions. Over 120,000 submissions were received. That is a ton of people, folks. That is a wild amount of people. Fans were encouraged to vote via Weverse, South Korean mobile app. Interesting. And by liking their favorite contestants' fan cams on YouTube. Fan votes were taken into consideration in addition to commentary from experts. Okay. So they were taken into consideration. Who knows what that means? Do we have a percentage on that? Like, was it 10% of the final vote, or was it just no percent of the final vote? 6 contestants with the most votes will receive immunity and continue to mission 2. Okay. All right. Vocal teams. Paramore's Still Into You. Great one. Robin's Dancing on My Own. Billie Eilish is Happier Than Ever. Okay. And then the dance teams. Blackpink, Pink Venom. New Jeans, OMG. Interesting. Demi Lovato's Confident. That's a classic. Pussycat Dolls Buttons. That's a very... Spice Girls Wannabe. That is a deep, deep cut. What's up, Forios? No problem at all. It will be on YouTube, of course. Hope you're doing well. Happy Monday. Then it was a live finale with Dirty Water and Girls Don't Like. All right. Oh, these are the contestants. Gotcha. Yeah, this is definitely international for sure. So you got 3 USA, 1 Switzerland, 1 South Korea, 1 Philippines. Interesting. Very cool. They released their first EP, Sis, Soft is Strong, later that year. In April 2025, they released Gnarly, which, despite receiving mixed reactions, interesting, earned their first entry on the Billboard Hot 100. Wow. Mixed reactions, really. Explain the group's name was inspired by the gemstone chrysoberyl. Oh my gosh, I butchered that. I definitely butchered that. That's the first time I've ever seen that name of a gemstone ever. Popularly known as Katseye. Ability to reflect different colors at various angles were chosen to represent the members' varied personalities. Okay. Talents and multinational background. Cool. Revealed they later suggested changing the spelling because it looked cooler. I agree. You have an article about Gnarly being polarizing. Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. Accolades. Nominated for some awards here. iHeartRadio Music Awards. Okay. All right. That's not bad. Teen Vogue, 12 girl groups to watch in 2024. Billboard, 21 under 21. All right. So they're getting some accolades. Honestly, I'm surprised they haven't done any U.S. Oh, they did a fan event. Okay. Okay, so they did an award show, performed live at Mall of America. Kind of surprised they haven't done any live TV in the U.S. Okay, couple festivals. Nice. Oh, Lollapalooza coming up. That's a big one. That's a big festival that they're going to do. Couple music videos. All right, so where was this? Oh, 92 out of 100. So it's not high on the list, but it made the list. That's pretty big. Who knows? Maybe they have to find themselves first. Find their sound, find their audience, that kind of thing. There's a documentary on them on Netflix. Nice. They're doing great for being only 1 year old. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're nominated for things. They're in the Billboard Hot 100 for one of their, couple of their early songs. Even the ones that are U.S. citizens, their parents are so international too, has to be the group that includes most nationalities ever, despite being just 6 people. Yeah, probably. This is their official website. Ooh. It's set to beautiful. What is this set to? Chaos. Okay. All right. All right. Do we like beautiful or do we like chaos? I don't know. I kind of like chaos a little bit. That yellow just screams at you. So they got a store. They got some vinyl. Very cool. Signed vinyl. Wow. All right. Pre-save, pre-ad, beautiful chaos. They got all their music videos. That's very cool. Yeah, they're doing Lollapalooza coming up in Chicago. Literally the end of July. That's huge. That is huge. Honestly, I saw Glorilla at a festival. I think it was 2 years ago at this point. Yeah, 2 years ago. And she was not nearly as popular as she is now. And now she's like touring with, big acts and stuff. She seems to be, blowing up quite a bit. So I don't think it's a bad idea to start doing just as many festivals as they can do. It's a huge audience, hundreds, if not thousands of people that maybe have no idea who you are. Maybe they hear you as they're walking by and they're like, ooh, who's this? I like this. Can happen like that. You just word of mouth it through festivals. I think that's a smart idea, honestly. I don't even know I have no idea what these are going to bring up. Okay, enough of the subscribe. Oh, each one of these represents, charms. Oh, they should have merch where it's like charms of each person. I'm assuming they have that. That sounds like a brilliant idea. If I do say so myself. The story of Katseye. Oh my gosh, they got to get rid of that. That's crazy. First ever girl group formed using K-pop artist development methodologies. Global girl group. Out to change the look and sound of modern pop as we know it. Interesting. So their music has to be just something we've never heard before, if that's how they're going to go about it. Change the sound, it's got to be original. Ranging in age from 16 to 22, coming from immensely different cultures, the 6 members, Atlanta, LA, Zurich, Honolulu, Manila, and Seoul. People magazine, feminine, powerful, and unique is the only way to describe the hot new girl group that is Katseye. Their name is a fitting one. A Katseye is a gemstone that radiates a variety of colors depending on the direction from which it's viewed. Much like the group's members, each exudes her own distinct aesthetic and talents. Hailing from 6 different cities across 3 continents, the diverse group is united in one Katseye. Now based in LA, members emerged from 120,000. Released their first single debut in June 2024. Released their debut EP in August 2024. So pretty quickly after. The years-long process of creating this one-of-a-kind international group is the subject of Netflix documentary series Katseye. You know, I kind of blame myself for getting rid of Netflix, my Netflix subscription, but also they just literally keep raising the price. Every time I look, I get an email, and it's just like, oh, it's getting more expensive, by the way. It's like, what the heck is going on here? So do they have each have their own different style? Yeah, I would say so, from what I'm seeing. All the different members and their charms. I'm Gnarly t-shirt. I can get a bag with all of them on it. Vinyl, of course. Oh my gosh, they're missing such a good opportunity here. You have got to put all the charms on a bracelet. That seems like a no-brainer to me. If you're going to advertise the charms, you got to do it. Like a seashell, anchor, cherries, whatever that is. The key, the shield. That would be very cool. Very, very cool. Hopefully that shows up sooner or later. K profiles. We know how accurate this is. All right. That's their official logo. Nice. Very nice. Fandom name, Icons. I like that. I like that a lot. That's really clever. Maybe that's planned for first tour merch. It could be. It could be. Hopefully they do that. I think it would sell like hotcakes, honestly. It really would. Or like a necklace with them on. That might be too many on a necklace. I think a bracelet might be better. All right, we got Sophia, the leader. Birthday in 2002. How old do you feel? 5'6". Representative color purple. Dream charm is the dream anchor. She is the anchor of the group, I bet, as being the leader. Has a chow chow dog named Charlie. I freaking love chow chow dogs. They're adorable. Adorable with the purple tongue or whatever. That probably is why she's purple as well. Ethnically Filipina. Her charm symbolizes stability and navigation. Yep. Reflecting her role as a support system for those around her. Some of her nicknames are Sophie, Fifi, Sophizi. Graduated high school in 2021. Fan of BTS. Favorite color is pink. Appeared on an episode of Family Feud, Philippines. Really? Survey says. She's the chef of the group. She's a night owl. Cannot live without her dog, headphones, or her lip balm. And we got Manon, 6th place. Oh, I forgot we had places here. Okay, 1st place. That makes sense. Manon, 6th place. Born 2002. Swiss. So she's from Zurich. Representative color is yellow. Swiss Italian. Her dad is from Ghana, so she's ethnically Swiss Italian Ghanaian. Charm symbolizes the light of hope, royalty, beauty, and elegance, reflecting her desire to uplift those around her with wisdom and positivity. She can speak Swiss German, English, and a little bit of French, and also learning some Spanish. Photography model. Nicknames Manzanita. Fan of Billie Eilish. Role models Beyonce. Enjoys traveling, of course. Allergic to strawberries. We got Daniela, third place, born 2004. Sky blue is a representative color. Her dream charm is the Guardian Shield. Born in Atlanta, lives in L.A. Charm symbolizes bold confidence, strength, courage, and loyalty. Other nicknames: Danny, Venezuelan, Cuban, Italian. Ballroom dancer. Wow. Model and actress for many commercials. Huge fan of Cardi and Lil Uzi Vert. Placed 10th in the 13th season of So You Think You Can Dance. Really? Participated in the 8th season of America's Got Talent. So she was destined for stardom, is what I'm gathering for that. Made an appearance on the Queen Latifah show. What? As part of America's Most Talented Kids segment. Oh, she's been in this game for a while. Lara, second place. Born 2005. Representative color green. Dream charm is the key. From LA, can speak English and Tamil. Her mother is Indian. Her father is Sri Lankan. Her parents are both ethnically Tamil. Older sister is also a singer. Charm represents infinite possibilities and her open-minded nature. Okay. Open new doors for herself and the group. Part of the LGBT plus community. Produces music. She enjoys fashion a lot. Megan, fifth place. Born 2006. From Hawaii. Oh, the dual cherry. Okay. For the charm. Representative color peach. From Honolulu. Ethnically Swedish Chinese. Her mother is Singaporean Chinese and her father is Swedish American. Charm represents a pleasant energy, sensuality, and secrecy. Ooh, secrecy. It reflects her confidence on stage persona and her goofy offstage side. She said that she's dyslexic, underperforms in English because of it, also switched to online school when she was in 4th grade, which was the last time she wrote an essay. She loves mathematics. Former J-pop trainee, runway and fashion model, has participated in Paris and LA's Fashion Week. Wow. And then we have Yoon Shea, 4th place. Born in 2007. Oh my gosh. I am feeling so old right now. Oh God. Dream charm is a shell. Pink. Okay. Charm symbolizes a gentle comfort and her ability to bring tranquility to her members. Nicknames are Bruni, Marshmallow. I'm not even going to attempt that. Yoonchip. I like Yoonchip. That's a good one. She can speak Korean and English. Role models are in Blackpink. She has mentioned that BTS are the reason she got into K-pop and got inspired to pursue K-pop. Favorite color is pink. She and Sophia are the Night Owls. She believes Katseye will grow significantly and achieve many of their goals over the next 5 years. Well, the only way to do that is, honestly, just continue to push yourself and release songs. She's a baby indeed. Indeed. Born in 2007. Oh, gosh. Let us know in the comments how accurate any of that is. But we'll be waiting on that. K-pop fans remain allergic to taste. Whoa. Hot take. Everything's Gnarly. This was written last month. That is quite the attention grabber. Oh my gosh. K-pop group Katseye dropped their new single Gnarly at the end of April, ushering in a new edgy new era for the group. I think the song is full on bop, but K-pop fans hate it. Really? It's called a global K-pop group based in LA and managed through a partnership with Korean label Hybe and the American Geffen Records. This allows for some welcome differences from how Korean groups are managed, in that the group members have a smidge more freedom in their personal lives. Oh, interesting. Recently, Lara, one of the group's members, came out as queer, saying that she knew she was half a fruitcake. That's a quote. Since she was a kid, musically, there isn't much difference between this global group and the other groups fully based in Korea. The group's second single, Touch, sounds to me exactly like a light, airy Korean pop song, just with English lyrics. All right, let's give it a shot. We won't watch the video because maybe it'll get blocked, but we'll listen to it.
Baby, I was getting bored. Thursday, I was losing interest. Friday, you were out there in the cold. Weekend, you were plus you've been so out of touch. You couldn't have me love, but you've been to waste one night. So here comes some good advice.
Honestly, sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. Quite the title indeed, yeah. Gnarly is a little different. Honestly, it sounded really good. Is it changing anything? I don't know if it's changing music or modern pop, but it's definitely good. Fits in with everything that's currently going on. Gnarly is a little different. It's not unusual for K-pop groups to change aesthetics with new releases. In fact, audacious changes for each era is part of the charm of following a pop group like this. Much louder, more aggressive than Touch, with fuzzed out vocals and a loud, farty synthesizer. What? Farty synthesizer. Is that a technical term? Running through the track, the girls even say F. I can't even say it. F. Personally, I love the song. It's a catchy little ditty about how a slang term can encompass many meanings, describing things both are cool and uncool as gnarly. It's perfect for screaming along to during a long night out. That's true. Gnarly can be, ugh, that's gnarly. It can also be, hey, that's gnarly. Two very different meanings. It has a viral dance. Nice. Just like many hated Gnarly, many loved it. All the hate brought tons of eyes to it. True. That is very true. If it's enough of a backlash, you'll get more people introduced to it, which means more people might like it. Streams don't lie, though. They're doing well. Yeah, that's amazing. Hey, you know what? What's that old saying? No, bad press is still good press, or something like that. Like, it is what it is. Like, some people might hate it, and some people might hear of it because of that hate and turn to like it. Let's go ahead and give it a quick listen. Obviously, I'm not going to show the video because the chances of it getting blocked are much higher.
They could describe everything with one single word. You know? Like Bugatti, Tesla, fried chicken, party to Hollywood Hills. This song, oh my god, that new beat. Oh my god, is this real? Oh, we're in a session tonight, gang gang. Oh, we're going out tonight, gang gang. Obvi, they be trying to copy, I'm the shit. I'm the shit.
So that's what they mean when they say farty synthesizer. That's definitely a departure. I don't mind it at all. Would I listen to it constantly? Probably not. But I will say this. If that played in a club or something like that, that bass is wild. That is very wild. That would blow a subwoofer completely up. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Just listening to that, I'm imagining it at like a nightclub or something like that. And just those farty synthesizers would absolutely blow up. Yeah, a Drinking in the Club song for sure. 100%. 100%. I do prefer Touch. This isn't my style, but I've heard worse. Oh yeah, of course. Definitely. 100% heard worse. I'm not going to hate on it just because it's not my taste. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a club song. For sure. Apparently, I'm not alone in this position. For the past week, as I perused my little K-pop subreddits, just perusing the little subreddits, while rotting on the couch, as we all like to do from time to time, every time I saw Gnarly mentioned, it was fans lamenting how much they hate the song, expressing disappointment with the group's comeback. Okay, I got something to say about that. You're not going to like every song. Like, I get it. Some people are so into a group, no matter what they put out, they're going to like it. I'm very much in the song by song judgment. I might like a group, but that doesn't mean I'm going to like every single thing they put out. As long as I like more than more than I hate of what they're putting out, I'm still going to like them. Like, I don't see the reason to hate on them or hate the song if it's not your style, but who knows? Maybe they're attracting people that like that form of music, and it's just growing the fan base. So I don't see the point in really lamenting it all that much. Like, maybe you don't enjoy it, and then they release the next song, and you really like it. So it's just like, all right, you don't have to like everything. Expressing disappointment with the group's comeback, Teen Vogue has called it polarizing. When I looked at the lyrics on Genius, the top comment reads, "First and last listen, I fear." Some people wondered if it was a prank, satire, or terrible on purpose. What? Boy, that's really negative. That's really negative. I would question somebody's enjoyment of the group if they were to consider it terrible on purpose. You think they're honestly going to put out a terrible song on purpose? Why? Why record it? Why edit it? Why produce it? Why go through that time? They even did a music video. Like, why would you go through all that effort and money and time just to put out something that you want it to be awful? That doesn't make any sense. Going out of your way just to hate something just so you don't have interest in it is wild. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The meaning behind the polarizing song and its lyrics. Not really about. They could describe everything with a single word. Gnarly can be a good thing or a bad thing in our minds. It's kind of up for interpretation. I think it's good to know in the song, especially in the first verse, that there are good gnarlies and there are bad gnarlies. So they're leaving it up to you, frankly, to decide. Gnarly was written by Alice Gao, who intermixes elements of hyperpop, EDM, and PC music into her sound. Gao hails from China, but is now based between New York and LA. She moved to the U.S. to pursue a university degree and now works as a singer, songwriter, DJ, and performance artist. You might recognize her from the 2024 track Korean Girls, which she released alongside Mega Mongoloid, a subunit of K-pop alt group Balming Tiger. Oh, the Chainsmokers shared a TikTok featuring the demo of the song intro, sung by Gao in 2023. Interesting. Interesting. Very, I wonder why, when she first heard the word gnarly, she didn't know the meaning, but she was amused and surprised by the excessive use of the words by some basic bros. Basic bros. Why is it so polarizing? Because it sounds absurd when you first hear it. Other initial gripes from fans include the controversial mention of Tesla. All right. Video aside, at its core, gnarly is a hyperpop, and hyperpop is a notoriously polarizing genre. All right. I mean, God forbid we have a little fun with music these days. Creator Mark Sebastian said on TikTok, it's not even giving if you get it, you get it. For me, it's giving if you don't get it, I don't care. Is it good for their future? Who cares? It's a song they put out and they enjoy it in any regard. You can enjoy it, you can not enjoy it, you can listen to it, you can not listen to it. It's up to you. It is your life. You can choose to let into your world whatever you want to let into your world. If you don't like it, don't listen to it. I don't see the point in, airing that hatred, trying to convince other people that it's bad. Like, if they enjoy it, they enjoy it. You're not swaying them from enjoying it. Like, what's the point? Why waste your time? One of the major complaints seems to be the lyrics of the song, which are pretty silly, but that's never been a deal breaker for a pop song from any country. Yeah, of course. Literally, all I keep thinking of right now is, oh gosh. It's, why am I blanking on her name right now? Oh my gosh. Why am I blanking on that name? Doja Cat. Literally the Moo song. Was that the most record-breaking original track you've ever heard in your life? Probably not. Did people hate on it? Yeah, probably. But a lot of people liked it. And it was completely goofy. Completely goofy. Definitely a great... I do think the lyrics in complete 360 shift from its previous releases completely on purpose to gain the type of attention it got. True. That's a good point. It's good we don't have to buy a whole CD album and hope you like most. Now you can make a playlist of your faves. Absolutely. Those used to be the days where you'd get, Eminem was quite known for this. He'd release an album and it would just have like 5 skits on it that were a minute long, and I didn't care to listen to them at all. It had great music on there, but you'd have to skip every one of those things. And it's just like, ugh, why would you include that? I get some people might like it, but it just annoyed me. Definitely a great decision. Yeah, it got press, that's for sure. To quote P.T. Barnum, there is no such thing as bad publicity. Right. 100%. Spice Girls saying zig a zig ah. Right. Doja Cat with her I'm a cow. Oh my God. Grammy award-winning artist and should have been Coachella headliner, Charlie XCX, boy, has a genuinely touching song on her breakthrough pop album, Brat, with the lyric, "Why I wanna buy a pew pew," is what I'll say. I can't even say that. I don't even know if I should say that. The lyrics, "Hottie hottie like a bag of Takis," to me, is no less silly than that. Yeah, true. Gnarly is a much more infectious earworm than many other. Literally, that is a great way to describe it. It is an earworm. If you have both headphones in and you have them, like AirPods or whatever, or earpods and whatever the heck, if you have those in and you listen to that song with any sort of volume, it's going to feel like you have a worm in your ear. Those farty synthesizers are just wild. I was over here just like losing it. Gnarly is also a much more infectious earworm than many other English language K-pop songs, lest we forget when Blackpink hit them with the do-do, do-do-do. I have no idea if I even said that correctly. The negative fan reaction got so intense that Man and one of the members of the Katseye said on Instagram Live, "If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, kindly get the F away from us." Okay. All right.
You got it. The song's so good. We're so proud of
Are
it.
they not liking it?
Well, that's okay. I'm
What'd
proud
you
of
see?
it.
It's different. I understand.
I'd rather listen to it
If you
than
get it,
Baby
you get
Shark.
it. Listen, I know it's jarring, but it's like so cool.
If you get it, you get it. And if you don't get it, kindly get the fuck away from us.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There you go. The group later shared a TikTok video where they quoted a Nicki Minaj meme, telling fans that they'll like Gnarly better after a few more listens. I think I understand the reason for K-pop fans' frustration, especially these fans who are obsessed enough with these groups to talk about them on the internet all day long. While K-pop can encompass a ton of different sounds and styles, the genre's production style smooths out all the edges. K-pop functions a little bit like Fortnite. Oh, God. I haven't played Fortnite in a hot minute. And that is kind of a black hole that absorbs culture and remakes it in its own image. That is true. Literally had Snoop Dogg on Fortnite. You like the song Water by Tyla? Okay, well, here's a K-pop version of an Afrobeat song. You like Pink Pantheress? New Jeans released an entire EP that sounds a lot like her whole deal. At a very basic level, all of K-pop is a refraction of American hip-hop and R&B, to the point that a lot of groups have been criticized for appropriating black culture. Some fans find that appropriation, which often comes with a serving of anti-black racism, is so extreme that they've sworn off the genre entirely. Wow. That was getting deep. I don't know if I've heard any of that. I feel like I know what's going on with Gnarly. The song is at least partially based on a demo by Alice Gao, songwriter who's been associated with the hyperpop genre. Songs produced by these artists are all extremely aggressive and bold. Charlie XCX's Brat was such a hit that Brat's summer lasted an entire year. Instead of being a K-pop version of hyperpop song, Gnarly kind of just is a hyperpop song with all the sharp edges that come with that. Yeah, it's definitely sharp. It is sharp. 115 million views for Touch, 25 million views for Gnarly, and that's just YouTube. That's just the songs. They do dance tutorial versions as well. Wow. Been a few scandals lately, but not for the artists you react to? Okay. That is sadly very true. The K-pop industry and Korean society in general has a lot to fix in that regard. Good to know. Co-founder of Hearing Things, why she thought K-pop fans dislike the song. While she thinks maybe the Tesla name drop in its lyrics has something to do with it, she thinks it's mostly about how the song differs from other K-pop tracks, especially other tracks from the label. Well, yeah. Technically, if you think about it, on their website, they literally say they want to change the way modern pop sounds. So if I think of that quote, that's literally on their website, and then I listen to Gnarly, I think it matches. I think it definitely matches. There's definitely a hype sound. It's New Jeans. It's very vibey, very demure. There's nothing demure about Gnarly, however. I think that Gnarly probably grates because it's so aggressive sounding, Shepard continued. It reminds me of some old Big Bang songs and the sort of dubstep gesturing. So I can see why some current K-pop fans are not feeling it. There's also no singing, which is probably unpleasant to some people. Yeah, I suppose. When Katseye performs this song, they perform the F out of it, down to their facial expressions. When they say they're the S, I believe them. How gnarly. Well, if it's not something you're into, that's okay. That's okay. I think if they're, we're thinking about them changing modern pop, I think they're on the right track. Maybe they don't do it for every song, but every once in a while they might, they might release one. Interesting. That headline is wild. Wild. This feels a little dystopian. K-pop is like somebody went, what if we took the American music industry but somehow made it even more cynical, soulless, and exploitive? What? I don't even know what the heck that means. Made it more exploitive? I don't know how you make American music industry more exploitive. Admittedly, one of my musical blind spots. Thank you for putting me onto the track. Can immediately hear the Alice Gal DNA in it. Gnarly immediately sounded kind of like 100 Gex to me. Everything in K-pop is so safe and sanded down that even the hint of an edge is often met with revulsion, let alone something like this with actual edge. I mean, Be right back. Sending this article to my ex, who is a K-pop fan with no taste. Oh my gosh. I'm glad I read the comments just for that comment, honestly. I think the song and video kick ass. It's goofy, it's fun, I like it. Yeah. It's totally up to you. As with, all things music, it is completely a subjective thing. You can like it, you can hate it. Totally up to you. It's what your, ears hear. Headline's a little ironic because I do think it's the K-pop fans, the ones that are streaming the shit out of it. Yeah. That's what comes when you get such a huge amount of people with various tastes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. That was good. If you don't like the song, that's fine. That's fine. If you do like the song, enjoy it. Listen to the heck out of it, All right. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. It is The Complicated Legacy of Cordelia Chase. I'm a little worried because my mouse is jumping all over the place, which is not good. But we shall see what happens. Hopefully the computer is not shutting down as we speak. But let's go ahead and jump into this Complicated Legacy of Cordelia Chase. If the name is not ringing a bell, it is in the character from the Buffy Angel universe. Let's go ahead and jump in. This video contains... What does that say? Video contains flashing lights imagery that may potentially trigger seizures. Your discretion advised. Good to know. We'll stop about halfway through and do some research.
So, usually when I do this sort of character analysis, I focus mostly on the character and the writing and leave any sort of real-life references out. But in the case of Cordelia Chase, it is practically impossible to do this, given what we know about the behind-the-scenes drama of the Buffyverse and the way in which Cordelia was punished as a character, as an extension of showrunner Joss Whedon punishing Charisma Carpenter, the actress who portrayed her. Because of this, Cordelia as a character has a somewhat complicated legacy, as she is a fantastic subversion of the rich mean girl, a deeply layered character with amazing growth, and also a sad reminder of Joss Whedon's actions. And though
we did read a little bit previously about the Joss Whedon happenings on set and whatnot, and how it was taken out on the actress. So it'll be interesting to see if we learned anything new, if anything kind of jumps out at us or anything like that. So I'll be paying attention to that kind of specifically, honestly.
Those harmed because of them. And while this video is certainly not meant to condemn Whedon over and over, one cannot talk about Cordelia or Charisma without bringing up his role in everything.
I'm not going to say anything. I think you can piece together what I'm thinking.
Talk about Cordelia or Charisma without bringing up his role in everything. So join me, lovely nerds, as I examine the initial writing and growth of Cordelia's character, how she evolved past her mean girl persona, her journey on Angel, and the eventual decimation of her character alongside the
This man
actress
is a
who
piece of
played
work.
her.
That's a
Cordelia
good way to
Chase
put
is
it.
introduced in
Good
the
way to put
pilot
it.
episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and it's easy to forget that she is actually the first person whom Buffy officially meets in Sunnydale. Not only this, she is also Buffy's very first mirror, the echo of who Buffy was before she became the Slayer.
Cordelia just has a history of trying too
True.
hard.
Yeah, what kind of moron would that be making anyway?
I was.
You what?
Oh my gosh,
At
they all
my
look
old
so
school.
young.
Despite her seemingly
Oh, they look
warm
so young, that's
introduction,
crazy.
we soon see Cordelia's true colors emerge as she bullies Willow without provocation and berates Buffy for her perceived downward social spiral. We also see her respond to Xander and Jesse with disdain, and it is clear at this early stage that Cordelia is supposed to be an antagonist for our group of heroes, a human foe to kick against in the hell that is high school. For most of Season 1, Cordelia maintains this antagonistic and nastier edge, attempting to compete with Buffy for male attention, putting down Xander and Willow, and being insensitive towards many of the more traumatic incidents that occur at the high school. Charisma has fun with the character, imbuing her with a sense of comedic timing and knowing not to take her too seriously at this early stage. Episodes like Nightmares and The Puppet Show provide opportunities for our heroes to laugh at her, and as the audience, we initially have little sympathy for her.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, how old do I think these people are? I was looking at Cordelia and I'm like, does she look like she's in high school? I was like, I don't know.
All of that changes with the episode Out of Mind, Out of Sight, which somehow manages to both emphasize Cordelia's nastier side and show a vulnerable side to her, which Buffy herself ends up empathizing with. Through ignored student Marcy, we see just how callous and insensitive Cordelia can be. But when Marcy starts targeting those close to Cordelia, we start to see the layers to her
Oh my gosh.
characterization. Her seemingly vapid persona is revealed to mostly be a front, as she is shown to care about her grades, has been observant enough to know that Buffy is the best person to go to for help.
You're always around when all this weird stuff is happening. And I know you're very strong, and you've got all those weapons. I was kind of hoping you were in a gang.
And her speech to Buffy about how
I
alone
mean,
she truly
technically.
is feels genuine and self-aware.
You think I'm never lonely because I'm so cute and popular? I can be surrounded by people and be completely alone. It's not like any of them really know me. I don't even know if they like me half the time.
After Buffy saves her, Cordelia shows another rare moment of genuineness.
At the end of the day,
when she
we're all
thanks the
fighting for a
Scoobies
place to
helping
fit
her,
in.
going so far as to point out that they really didn't have to given their history. While she puts up her usual bitchy face when her boyfriend and friends call out her proximity to the Scoobies, from this episode on, Cordelia
Duality of man. That's what I would put that down as.
becomes Scooby adjacent, and there is a definite shift in her dynamic with the group. The Season 1 finale cements Cordelia's place in the gang and also properly introduces her to Buffy's world.
I knew it was a
As
gang.
she and Willow discover the murdered bodies of Cordelia's prom date and his friends
Oh my
in one of
gosh.
the most chilling scenes in the show. Thanks to the way the previous episode humanized Cordy, we actually feel her loss right alongside Willow's. By the end of the first season, the show has turned Cordelia from a borderline caricature into a character the audience can actually feel for. As the episode nears its climax, Cordy continues to show the underlying layers to her character, coming to the literal rescue of Willow and Jenny Calendar, driving her car through the school to get them to safety, and joining in the fight against the
my
vampires
gosh.
trying to breach the library.
See how you like it.
At the end of the episode, she is standing with the Scooby Gang and even suggests going to the dance together,
Taste
showing
of their
potential
own
for
medicine
further
right there.
characterization, which Season 2 takes and runs with. The general consensus in the Buffyverse fandom is that Cordelia's true growth and best characterization didn't happen until she moved to the spin-off show Angel. But the truth is, Cordelia actually has quite a few really decent arcs during her run on Buffy, and there is a lot of groundwork done with her character. And this all starts in Season 2 of Buffy with the very first episode of the season. When the gang returns to school after summer vacation, Cordelia brings up the battle from the previous season in her usual
I always drive
tactless
through
manner,
walls to
before
save my
being
friends from
lectured
demons.
by Willow and
Of
Xander
course.
about keeping Buffy's status as the Slayer a secret. Showing a surprisingly understanding side, Cordy genuinely agrees to do so.
Wait a minute. Did that car have any damage to the front end of it? Did we miss that? I was like, wait a minute. There's no damage to this car.
The school to get them to safety and joining in the fight against the vampires trying to breach the library.
Oh,
to safety and joining
my gosh.
in the fight against the vampires trying to breach the library.
I don't even think there's a scratch. That's impressive. That is built tough, you know? Cars used to be a little bit tougher back then, I guess.
See how you like it. So, your secret's safe with me.
Later in the episode, she
needs
notices
insurance?
Buffy's
Yeah.
out-of-character nastiness towards her own friends and bluntly gives the Slayer some advice, showing that on some level she does care about Buffy and Muscoobies, at least enough to recognize that their friendship is genuine. And, perhaps driven by her own lack of deeper connections, she springs into action when the friendship is seemingly threatened. What is also interesting is that once Cordelia finds out about the supernatural world and how Buffy and the gang fight the forces of darkness, she seems consistently drawn towards helping them. We see her participating in research and weapons preparation as early as the episode School Hard, and she seems to continually make herself available to the Scoobies, despite her ongoing volatile relationship with them.
Come on, Cordelia. You want to be a member of the Scooby Gang, you gotta be willing to be inconvenienced every now and then.
Right, because I lie awake at night hoping you tweakers will be my best friends.
But this desire to be in the fight, and the way Cordelia seems to derive some sort of meaning from it, is an ongoing theme with her character, and is a particular focal
Honestly,
point
that's
once she
her
moves
just
to
trying
Angel.
to cape
Season 2
any
also
sort of
shows
sense that
Cordelia
she's
growing
not
as
part
a
of it,
character
but she's
and
always
breaking
there.
out of her vapid mean girl persona from the first season. When she starts a romantic relationship with Xander, she struggles with her popular persona clashing with her genuine feelings for him, and we see this come to a head in the episode Bewitched, Bothered and Bewildered. Cordelia takes a fairly big step at the end of the episode, when she turns her back on her shallow but popular friends and boldly states her intention to be with Xander.
I do what I want to do, and I wear what I want to wear. And you know what? I'll date whoever the hell I want to date. No matter how lame he is.
Her and Xander's relationship.
That reminds me
while
of the
rocky at
OC
times,
when Summer
deepens and strengthens over the season. And it's really
in
the
front of
first
the
genuine
basically the
connection
entire
we
school
see Cordelia form.
admitted that she likes
Through
Seth.
her relationship with Xander, we see her grow somewhat closer with Buffy and Willow, sharing more and more genuine moments with all of them, and remaining in the fight through to the end of the season. It's a far cry from the vapid and nasty girl we saw in the first season. And while Cordy definitely maintains her edge and lack of tact, she grows enough to accept and befriend people she had previously looked down on, and to join a cause that provides some meaning in her life. These dual sides to Cordelia continue to be explored in Season 3, which actually dedicates a couple of episodes to her and hands her some compelling arcs. We first see this in the episode Homecoming, where she and Buffy clash as they compete for Homecoming Queen. This competition not only emphasizes how Cordelia is still a mirror for Buffy, but it also reveals a surprising aspect of Cordelia's character. As Cordy and Buffy hide from the villains of the week, and Buffy laments missing the homecoming dance, Cordelia says this.
I don't even get why you care about homecoming when you're doing
That
stuff
is a
like this.
wild scope on that.
It seems like a throwaway line, used mostly to give Buffy her big speech, but it reveals that Cordelia sees meaning in Buffy's calling, and maybe even envies Buffy for having a bigger purpose. By this point in the show's run, plans were already being made for the spin-off series Angel, including the plan to move Cordelia to the sister show. Due to this, the original series needed an organic way to separate Cordy from her newly formed Scooby ties, and did so
But the
with
question
two
is
separate
why?
storylines,
Why did
which once
they
again deepened
want her to
Cordelia's
branch off?
characterization. The first storyline was the Xander-Willow fluke, which saw the two cheat on Cordelia and Oz respectively. While Willow and Oz managed to reconcile, this betrayal is too great for Cordelia to forgive, and she and Xander not only break up, but revert to their original antagonistic dynamic.
Oh boy.
We see how deeply Cordelia is hurt in the aftermath of the cheating, and how much she struggles to hide this hurt, choosing to turn her back on her tentative bonds with the Scoobies and hiding behind her former mean girl persona. It's a little disheartening to see Cordelia revert to form, but it does come across as more of a defense mechanism than a true regression, especially since she continues to fight alongside the Scoobies and offers support
and
when
betrayed
needed.
Cordelia, could you
by
please
people
try to
she
yell?
thought were genuine.
Of course.
The second and final storyline Cordelia is given on Buffy is the Fallen Princess storyline, which sets up her initial arc on Angel. We discover that Cordelia's family has lost their money due to her father's tax evasion, and that Cordelia has been left with nothing and is secretly working all her spare hours in order to afford a prom dress. While a riches to rags storyline can be hard to swallow in today's economy, Cordelia's storyline is not just about her family losing their money. They have literally lost everything, including their home.
I'm broke. I can't go to any of the
Welcome to
colleges
the
that
club.
accepted me, and I can't stay home because we no longer have one.
Not only has Cordelia lost her bright future, she has lost her safety net and the
right.
security of her house and family. She is cast completely adrift with seemingly nothing to look forward to, and it is still quite a sympathetic storyline despite its somewhat dated feel. Cordelia's character is wrapped up on Buffy in the final.
I don't think that ever ages out. If you go from rich to broke, I don't think that's hard to imagine that being like a negative thing. Like if you put yourself in that situation, it would feel like you got the rug, literally the rug pulled out from under you, and you're like, what do I do now? I had everything, everything going for me. I know Buffy and Angel so well, I know exactly what she's going to say.
Final few episodes of season 3. As she and Xander manage to have a beautiful moment of closure during the prom.
As much as I hate to admit it, I haven't finished paying for it yet.
Well, somebody did.
What? Who?
And she joins in the final battle with the rest of the student body as they defend themselves against one final threat. Her arc feels complete, and as she departs for LA, it feels like the right move for her character. As stated before, many fans view Cordy's start on Angel as the true start of her character's growth. And it is easy to see why, as she is given much more focus than she was afforded on Buffy and allowed deeper characterization. However, Angel as a series does do a somewhat soft reboot of her character, adding in unestablished aspects and actually diminishing some of her previous characterization. And this starts with her reintroduction and the apparent career path that she has chosen for herself. When we first re-meet Cordelia and Angel, it is at a lower-end Hollywood party where she proudly asserts to Angel that she is a working actress. While this does turn out to be a lie insofar as her actually working, Cordelia pursuing acting is a thread that follows her character through.
To be fair, most actors say they're actors or working actors or whatever, trying to be actors. Like it's typically what they say, even though maybe they're, between jobs or they've never even had a job. It just is what it is. It's like people who take photos of themselves on Instagram calling themselves models. It's like, well, technically, no, you're not published, but yeah, I guess you could kind of consider yourself that.
Through the remaining seasons. What is odd about this is that in 3 years on Buffy, Cordelia Chase never once mentions wanting to be an actress or having any kind of romantic ideas
As an actor,
about
I will
Hollywood.
say that's
In the season 2 episode What's My Line, all the students
To be
are
fair,
assigned
you've
possible
actually
career
done
choices,
you've actually
and
done
Cordelia
things.
is assigned
So
Personal shopper or motivational
you have that,
speaker.
right?
both of which she seems fairly happy with. And she applied to and was accepted by several prestigious colleges, so it stands to reason that she was planning further study.
I think what I was
before her
looking for is
family lost their money.
aspiring actor.
But not once
There's lots
does
of
she
aspiring
ever mention
actors.
wanting to act. Yet for some reason, the decision was made to change Cordy into an aspiring actress. And while she certainly has the personality to match such an ambition, it does seem an odd choice, especially given that this particular aspect adds nothing to her character. She is never seen seriously pursuing acting as a career and seems more caught up in the idealized notion of being famous. The few instances where she does attempt to break into the industry are either played for laughs or used to humiliate and demean her character.
Oh, geez.
Which leads me to the other big change in her character, the demeaning of her intelligence and the way in which
So
Angel
really
as a
those
series
parties were more
seems to forget
networking
that
than
while
anything.
Cordy did have a somewhat vapid exterior on Buffy, there were several instances which showed that she actually was quite intelligent. In season 1 of Buffy, she is seen seeking help on an assignment, showing that she cares about her grades. She's shown to be observant and even emotionally intelligent at times, often spotting things the others don't, such as when she is the first to realize why Buffy is taking the Monster of the Week so personally in the episode I Only Have
So they
Eyes for
dumbed
You.
her down, is what I'm getting.
Over-identify much?
And in season 3, we discover that she is also very book smart and that she was accepted to several highly regarded colleges.
Actually, I'm looking forward to it. I do well on standardized tests. What? I can't have layers?
Yet on Angel, despite being afforded emotional growth and forming deeper and more genuine dynamics than she did on Buffy, Cordelia's intelligence is diminished and even at times made fun of, with Wesley in particular often demeaning her.
Oh, don't even try with this snooty woolly boy. I was top 10% of my class.
What class? Advanced bosoms?
It was a little disheartening to see a character who was initially shown to have hidden intelligence presented in such a manner. With that being said, Angel as a series does initially give Cordelia some very decent growth and characterization, starting with the way she figures out not only how to support herself and Angel, but how to once again help in the world and make a difference by attaching herself to a champion and joining the fight she seems so drawn to. While her initial motivation does seem to be monetary, she is the one who often pushes for the bills to be paid and chastises Angel over his lack of interest in building the business. We can surmise from her time on Buffy and the way she always seemed to gravitate towards this world that her ultimate motivation is being in the fight. She also works wonderfully with Angel's character, and their dynamic and friendship is a highlight of the early seasons. The comedic elements which spring up from their often clashing viewpoints and confusion with one another's actions is balanced by a very deep friendship, in which Cordelia's bluntness and direct manner of dealing with things helps Angel connect with humanity and forces him out of his comfort zone. She also later forms a deep bond with Wesley, their awkward flirtation from season 3 of Buffy, turning into a sniping, siblings-esque dynamic.
I don't see why you would have to dumb down the character at all. Like, it would make more sense to have everybody be smart and, you know, part of this team and working together and find things that others don't find, see things that others don't see. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, why? But then again, I'm trying to get it in the mind of somebody who's, you know, been accused of some crummy stuff. So
dynamic with genuine care at the core of it.
Yeah.
Over the course of Angel season 1, we see that Cordelia is also on her own journey of self-discovery and even redemption, as revealed in the episode Room
it's
of
so
Review.
weird to think that all
When
those
an
were
angry
written by
ghost tries to run Cordelia out of her new, beautiful
this person.
apartment, she poignantly confesses to Angel that she believes that her downfall at the end of high school and continuing bad luck since is karma.
For how I was, for everything that I said in high school, just because I could get away with it.
In a show about eternal redemption, it's kind of beautiful that even the characters whose crimes are so much smaller than the protagonists are still searching for their own little piece of redemption. In Cordelia's case, it also shows her growth and how much she has come to regret her past actions and feel remorse over those she hurt.
Interesting. Let's go ahead and stop right there, and then we'll be coming back. But let's go ahead and do a little bit more information on Cordelia, and then we'll be back. Very interesting. Yeah, definitely showcasing some of that grossness that was alluded to early on in the video. It's kind of a shame, frankly, because it seemed like there was quite the arc happening there of finding herself and all that beautiful stuff. It's an absolute shame. Appreciate the block on that. He also made Black Widow call herself a monster because of a forced hysterectomy. He has a certain opinion of women that slips out every so often. Whedon also admitted that he named Cordelia after a girl he hated from school, so I suspect there is projection punishment there as well. Whoa. Buffy and the 3 MCU projects, you can see it more. Jeez. Good grief. Fictional character created by Joss Whedon, who we've been talking about, for the television series Buffy the Vampire Slayer, who appeared in Buffy's spinoff as well, Angel. Charisma Carpenter was the actress. Series regular in the first 3 seasons of Buffy, before leaving the show and becoming a series regular during the first 4 seasons of Angel. Let's see here. Popular student, of course, that we listened to there, attending high school along with Buffy. Interactions with Buffy and her friends, she comes to accept the existence of supernatural forces that helps Buffy fight against them. In the series, Angel joins Angel, a heroic vampire with a soul, in forming a detective agency dedicated to stopping supernatural forces, helping the helpless. Created as a foil for Buffy's titular heroine, Cordelia Cordy was initially characterized as shallow, vain, and self-centered. Boy, he really didn't like that girl, huh? Good grief. And was used in the series to create conflict for the other characters. The character went through changes. She gradually redeemed herself throughout the course of Buffy and Angel, and has received attention in academic text, related to gender studies and social status. Interesting. Notable powers: precognitive visions, skilled in swordplay and other methods of combat. Photographic reflexes derived from her cheerleading training. All right, let's take a look at a little bit more here. Character has been credited by some for making the mean girl, Queen Bee trope more likable. Gillian Bennett wrote about Cordelia Chase in Paste magazine, noting the good old-fashioned high school mean girl. We all knew them and may secretly love them. Regina George, Blair Waldorf, girls who stomp around with their minions, shoving aside anyone in their way, harboring a usually inexplicably hatred for the female protagonist. What has made these mean girls at 16 so bitter at the world and to others? The answer is almost never revealed before she is inevitably defeated by the good girl. But Buffy the Vampire Slayer gives us a rare glimpse beneath the cold mask of the mean girl with Cordelia Chase. When we think about classic girl bosses, iconic characters come to mind. Blair Waldorf, played by Leighton Meester from Gossip Girl. Cordelia Chase, of course. Daenerys Targaryen from Game of Thrones. Cordelia Chase is renowned for a razor-sharp humor, stinging remarks, and unshakable dedication to upholding her social position. Meanness is a central facet of her character, and she embraces her role as Sunnydale High's resident queen bee with gusto. Charisma Carpenter, the actress. Somehow he managed to pretend to be a feminist for years just because he created Buffy. Interesting, huh? How you can kind of hide in plain sight. She inherited the visions from Doyle when he died in Angel Season 1. Good to know. She was also in The Expendables? Really? How did I not know that? As of 2025, her most recent appearance was a guest role in the 2022 episode of Dynasty. She's now 54 years old. Oh my gosh. Born in Vegas. Disputed. Interesting. Was part of a song and dance troupe when she was 9 years old. Oh my gosh. While swimming in San Diego in 91, she and two male friends were attacked by Henry Hubbard Jr., former police officer and serial rapist, who attempted to subdue them at gunpoint. Good grief. During the struggle, both her friends and Hubbard were shot, forcing him to flee the scene. Both friends survived, shockingly. Hubbard was arrested, convicted, and sentenced to 56 years in prison for a series of rapes and robberies. Wow. Carpenter brought Hubbard's police-issue flashlight from the beach, which he had left at the scene, and the flashlight became a key piece of evidence used against him. Smart. Discovered by a commercial agent while waiting tables in L.A. That's like every actor's start. If they're good looking, they usually get spotted waiting tables, being a, maybe a bartender or something like that. I think, wasn't Jason Statham like a bouncer or something? Either a bouncer or a bartender. I can't remember. And somebody spotted him. They're like, hey, you'd be good in movies. It's just about putting yourself in the situation where people see you, I guess, for some. This led to her role on theatrical productions and more than 20 commercials. Nice. She made her first television role in 94, appearing in an episode of Baywatch. That was a classic. Absolute classic. Shortly after that, she landed absolutely one of the best theme songs, I think, of any show that I've ever heard. She landed a starring role in an NBC short-lived teen drama soap opera, Malibu Shores. In 96, auditioned for the title role of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but was instead cast as Cordelia Chase. She could have been Buffy. Wow. Snobby and popular high school student. After 3 seasons, was offered an even larger role of the spin-off Angel alongside David Boreanaz. She had a guest appearance on Charmed as a psychic demon. Had a recurring role on Veronica Mars, appearing in 11 episodes. Guest starred in the first season finale of comedy drama series Greek. Absolutely love that show. Love it. It's a great show. Reprised her role for 2 episodes of season 2. Guest appearance on CSI, Crime Scene Investigation. She was just kind of all over the place. Interesting. Did a Buffy the Vampire Slayer reunion in 2008 alongside Joss Whedon and others. She was named number 31 of Ask Men's top 99 most desirable women in 2002 and number 44 on the 2005 list. Oh, she was also in an issue of Playboy. There you go. I did Playboy for a very specific reason. Not only was it a good financial move, I mean, true. Can't hate that game. But it was about the place I was at in my life. I just had my son and I gained 50 pounds during pregnancy. I wanted to get back to my old self. I wanted to feel desirable and attractive. So I thought, what if I went full throttle? That's a great quote. What if I went full throttle? February 2021, spoke out against director Joss Whedon in support of Ray Fisher, who claimed to have experienced a toxic environment at the hands of the director. She accused Whedon of dismissing her from Angel in 2003 because of her pregnancy, returning into a guest role for a 2004 episode. She was in 911 season 2 or 3, I think. Wow. They really just started listing the most random characters from so many shows: Riverdale, Legacies, Game of Thrones, Gossip Girl. In the storyline of Cordelia seeing Willow and Xander cheating, Cordelia ran, but it was a burned out building, and she fell through and was impaled on a rebar. She had a real scar from similar accidents, so they wrote it in, and the scarring was seen later in Angel. Whoa. Oh my gosh. She's named Charisma after a perfume and comments on how dumb a name it was, roasting her mom for it a lot. Jeez. I think it's a lovely name. That's crazy. We'll do one more, and then we'll hop back into the video. Charisma Carpenter's abuse extends to Cordelia Chase. Joss Whedon's mistreatment of the actress went right to the screen. This is a little bit more of, what's going on here. Buffy the Vampire Slayer has always been haunted. Despite being hailed as a beloved feminist narrative, the series has also staved off rumors of co-stars not getting along, claims of actors being difficult, and of course, allegations and horror stories surrounding series creator Joss Whedon. These skeletons have been gathering dust for decades as some of the industry's worst-kept secrets, and that proverbial crypt has finally been opened by star Charisma Carpenter. Yesterday, so this was in 2021, Charisma Carpenter, who played Mean Girl turned hero Cordelia Chase, shared a lengthy post in which she shared her experiences on the sets of Buffy and Angel. According to Carpenter, Whedon abused his power on numerous occasions while working together. While he found his misconduct amusing, it only served to intensify my performance anxiety, disempower me, and alienate me from my peers. Continued her statement by standing in support of cyborg actor Ray Fisher, who made headlines last year after publicly sharing claims of abuse by Whedon on the set of Justice League reshoots. Fisher, after other clashes with top Warner Bros. Executives, was fired from his upcoming role in the Flash movie. Unfortunately, Carpenter's story lines up way too well with Fisher's experience, even down to the firing due to Whedon's disdain. Oh, I don't know why that skipped so far. There we go. Looking back, Cordelia Chase has always been a staple of the Buffyverse, thanks to a prominent role on both shows, one of the fandom's largest and most beloved characters, starring out as a petty, shallow Regina George type mean girl. I love how Regina George is like the go-to for that. But it makes sense, right? Cordelia grew over the course of both shows, and by the time Angel was in its later seasons, Cordelia had become a confident, capable, and selfless member of the team, fan favorite. Yet everything changed when Carpenter found out she was pregnant. For years, there have been whispers of Cordelia being written off Angel because Whedon was upset with Carpenter's pregnancy. Carpenter confirmed as much in her statement, admitting that Whedon asked me if I was, quote, going to keep it, and manipulatively weaponized my womanhood and faith against me. He proceeded to attack my character, mock my religious beliefs, accuse me of sabotaging the show, and then unceremoniously firing me the following season once I gave birth. Boy. Season 4 has always been seen as the worst run of the series, largely because of Cordelia's sudden and drastic character change. In her final hours, curiously became a pseudo-villain after being possessed by a malevolent entity, Jasmine. Instead of getting the kind of epic, valiant send-off that other villains turned Scoobies did for their finales, Cordelia simply fell into a coma and died. Good grief. For a franchise with a penchant for massive character growth and sweeping arcs, Cordelia's fate is shocking, swift, and unjust. It's an insult to the character who should have been paid her due. Yeah, that's crazy. Especially one that's been on 2 different shows in the same universe. You would think the end would be quite an ordeal. I remember the Justice League. The movie wasn't great, but you could tell Fisher as Cyborg's writing was the weakest. Honestly, I've said this before. I had no idea who Cyborg even was before the movie. Well, even after the movie, honestly. They didn't really introduce the character very well. But yeah, it seemed like the amount of scenes Cyborg was in and the amount of lines he had was very reduced. like extremely reduced to the point where it's like you could literally cut that character out of Justice League and it'd be the same movie. Literally the same movie. On the Buffy set, the actresses worked to keep him away from the teenager Michelle Thatchenberg. He wasn't allowed alone with her. Whoa. Screams at what he was like, and also that all the women as well as James Marsters knew. Jeez. What kept people coming back each season was the characters, of course. Carpenter stole the screen, even in spite of Whedon's work. Interesting. So everything we hear that comes out about this person is not great. Not great. But also the fact that he's come up with such great shows and has been a part of great works of art and all that stuff. It's just, hey, it's like, it's complicated because you're like, yeah, those shows are pretty great. And then you think of the person and you're like, ooh, not great, not great to work on it at least. Fisher was done dirty. He had James Marsters pinned to a wall screaming at him. What? Angry and jealous of his popularity, basically. Always threatening to cut scenes, kill the character, etc. That is crazy. That is nuts. Nuts. All right, let's bring up the second half of this video. I'm sure it's going to get into more detail of what we're talking about here. Unbelievable.
The episode also wonderfully underlines that Cordelia's core character is still intact, as she embraces her inner mean girl in order to drive out the evil spirit, channeling her darker side into something more productive. As the season progresses, Cordelia faces many challenges, the biggest of which are the violent visions from the powers that be, passed on to her by Doyle before his sacrifice in the episode Hero. The visions become a huge part of Cordelia's character and are oddly used to both empower and victimize her. While initially wanting no part in being Angel's new conduit to the powers that be,
You're my link to the powers.
I am nobody's link to anybody. I lost control of my entire central nervous system getting that stupid vision.
Cordelia eventually comes to embrace the visions, especially as she more and more feels that they are her main contribution to
Boy,
Team
you know
Angel,
it's bad if
giving
the
her a
ex-wife
sense
is
of
doing
meaning
it.
and importance. A common trait with Cordelia is that she has always sought to be someone of importance, to stand out and to matter, whether that be in the form of being the queen bee or being the conduit to a higher power. She fears losing this importance if she ever loses the visions, and she ends up enduring great physical pain in order to keep this power, starting at the end of season 1 when she is cursed with visions that force her to feel the pain of everyone in the world. The experience of feeling the world's collective pain pushes Cordelia to want to help even more, and she ends the first season a much more open and caring character, having been through some hard traumas which have changed her for the better.
We have a lot of evil to fight, a lot of people to help. I just hope Skin and Bones here can figure out what those lawyers raised sometime before that prophecy kicks in and you croak. That was the old me, wasn't it?
I like them both.
Cordelia's strong characterization continues in season 2, as she and the rest of the team face new challenges, especially once Wolfram and Hart start to use the newly resurrected Darla to turn Angel evil. Angel's growing obsession with Darla becomes a point of contention for both Cordelia and Wesley, as they helplessly watch their friend descend further into darkness. Cordelia also makes new connections this season, starting with Charles Gunn, who was introduced towards the tail end of season 1. In the episode First Impressions, Cordelia's vision of the week shows that Gunn is in danger, and she instantly assigns herself his protector. Showing her newfound independence and growing bravery, Cordelia stays by Gunn's side during the episode, including following him to a rough party where she ends up saving a girl's life when vampires attack. This episode really illustrates how far Cordelia has come from her days on Buffy, where, while she often joined the fight, she never took point and certainly did not have the resilience to stay by a bleeding woman's side to save her life. Cordelia continues to show her surprisingly observant side during the episode as she reveals to Gunn what the true danger was.
I'm looking at it. It's you, Charles. You're the danger.
This episode starts her and Gunn's friendship, and this bond is built upon, along with her bond with Wesley, when Angel fires the three of them as his obsession with Darla and Wolfram and Hart grows. As the three of them are thrown into the unknown, they all find themselves at a crossroad, and this once again emphasizes the way in which Cordelia derives genuine meaning from being in the fight against evil. And she is once again the driving force when she, Wes, and Gunn decide to start their own agency without Angel.
I started looking for an office, for our new agency.
In the wake of Angel's betrayal and the loss of his friendship, we see Cordelia harden and become more isolated, but also grow more in resilience. In the episode The Thin Dead Line, she helps Anne Steele protect the youth refuge against the zombie cops attacking them, helps keep Wes alive after he's shot, and coldly tells off Angel at the end of the episode, pointing out how they've managed to do fine without him and that they don't trust, need, or want him there anymore. She continues this coldness when Angel finally comes crawling back to the team, showing how deeply she was hurt by his betrayal and how she won't easily forgive. A common thread with Cordelia going all the way back to Buffy and the way she turned on Xander and the Scoobies after.
So I will say, she might not have been what she was in Buffy, that arc, but it seems like she was the one really starting the business and like keeping track of the paperwork and all that stuff. Like, she was quite the entrepreneur, if you will.
After Xander cheated on her. Unfortunately, given how late in the season Angel returns to the gang, and how little time the writers dedicated to wrapping up the storylines before they charged into the final arc for the season, they ended up diminishing Cordelia's character by having her easily forgive Angel because he buys her new clothes. While there was a throwaway line about Cordy being upset that Angel donated some of her old clothes to Anne's refuge, Cordy forgiving Angel so easily over something so trivial feels out of character and paints her in a somewhat shallow light. The final arc of the season involves the gang traveling to Lorne's home dimension Pylea to rescue Cordelia after she's sucked through a portal. The initial setup feels a little damsel-y for Cordy, especially since she's immediately enslaved and sold when she reaches Pylea. Once her visions are discovered, it's implied that she's put through some violent and violating tests in order to determine whether the visions are real.
Angel investigations.
While this all leads to the subversion of the Pyleans making her queen, it's an uncomfortable road to get there, and her status as temporary royalty does nothing for her character or characterization. While the Pylea arc does provide some growth for characters like Wes and Angel,
Dressed
it
like
is mostly
Cleopatra.
used to introduce the character of Fred, and Cordelia's small story gets somewhat lost in the overpacked episodes. In retrospect, it feels almost like the beginning of the very long end. Yeah, let's talk about
That's got Joss
season
all
3.
written all over it, doesn't it?
While most fans will point to season 4 as the decimation of Cordelia's character, it actually starts all the way back in season 3. And this comes down to one big factor: the decision to turn Cordelia into Angel's love interest. While there were fans who did enjoy the more romantic dynamic between the two leads, the fact of the matter is that Cordelia's character was changed in order to make her a more palatable love interest for Angel and more in tune with his characterization. The changing of Cordelia's character first comes with the decision to turn her into a warrior like Angel, which she never was before. While she did go into physical confrontations in prior seasons, she was never a true fighter, with her role being more research and, despite the jokes to the contrary, keeping the business running efficiently, both under Angel's direction and Wesley's. As her character grew over the seasons, she also became the heart of the team and its emotional core. But she was never a physical fighter, and she was never presented as a warrior. Then suddenly in season 3, she is training with Angel, easily picking up sword fighting skills, punching Angel hard enough to cause true pain, and suddenly being referred to as a champion. It's
Took the Gabby from Xena route. She was never a warrior, and then she became one.
supposed to be seen as Cordelia taking initiative in learning to physically fight, but it's played completely for the romance and is used to lead to this.
Oh yeah, this
Hey,
is
Rumshin.
that looks like
It's
Ghost
the one
when
nice
they're
word
doing
I
the
remember
pottery.
from the Pylian Hell dimension.
What's it mean?
It's when two great heroes meet in a field of battle and recognize their mutual fate.
As a result, Cordelia is pushed into a role she doesn't quite fit into, while those around her constantly tell Angel that he has feelings for her and he should be with her, despite the apparent lack of interest on her side. In fact, Cordelia's feelings are barely considered at all during the romantic plot, and even after her previous season's love interest returns, this isn't used to further her character, but to add to Angel's angst over her. With the newly introduced Fred, the returning Darla, and Angel's new son taking up much of the season, Cordelia does get a little lost in the fray. We do eventually get a Cordelia-centered episode about halfway through the season with Birthday, but the episode is a bit of a mixed bag. On her birthday, Cordelia is hit with a vision so powerful it puts her into a coma. While the Angel gang discover that the visions are literally killing Cordy due to the physical toll they're taking on her, Cordelia is sent to an alternate world by the demon Skip, one in which she never re-met Angel in LA and instead ended up becoming a famous actress with her own successful show. Over the course of the episode, Altworld Cordy is plagued with a feeling that she's missing something, which turns out to be the remnants of her last vision. Her search for answers leads her to the alternate versions of Team Angel, who are much worse off without her, especially Angel,
Definitely
who
raising some
apparently
eyebrows there.
inherited the visions instead of her and has been driven mad by them. Horrified by what has happened in this alt world, Cordelia takes a deal from Skip to become part demon, so she can be strong enough to keep the visions and spare Angel his new fate. The episode is supposed to show Cordelia's growth, demonstrating how she has become a selfless person and how her sudden love for Angel makes her willing to sacrifice part of her humanity for him. But instead, it feels almost like a parody, with Cordelia's alternate life being so extremely good and Team Angel being so extremely worse off without her. The episode tells us nothing new about Cordelia as a character, as we've already seen this selfless side before in many other ways, and we know that she loves the entire Angel gang and that she has made sacrifices for them before. In retrospect of how Cordelia's arc plays out over the rest of the season, this episode ends up feeling less like a character exploration and more like a very elaborate way to set up Cordelia's new powers and move her to where she needs to be for the season finale. Shortly after the episode Birthday, Cordelia is sent on vacation for several episodes, and in her absence, the team suffers through Wesley's betrayal, which sees Angel's enemy kidnap his son, traveling with the infant through a portal to a hell dimension. In the aftermath, Angel violently attacks Wesley, and Fred and Gunn struggle to support their grieving friend while also turning their backs on Wes. It's a huge event for Team Angel, and it feels like they're all waiting for their emotional anchor to come back and help pull them into shape with her bluntness and clear way of looking at things. But this never happens. When Cordelia Chase returns, she is someone else. This was the true departure of our Cordelia, the one who didn't put up with people's brooding, who told it like it was, who called people out on their rubbish. She always looked out for the whole team and knew when to pull them into line. She was hard, yet supportive. And, as she herself says,
I think it, I say it. It's my way.
But the Cordelia who returns is not only much softer and willing to sit by without saying anything, she is also completely Angel-focused, seemingly only caring about him in the aftermath of everything. Her deep friendship with Wes is all but forgotten. She does not even bother to ask about him and seems almost oblivious to his absence. While the Cordelia of the previous seasons would have marched straight over to Wesley's apartment to tell him exactly how much he messed up and force him to face his errors and apologize, this Cordelia seems to have forgotten that she was ever friends
You can
with
almost
Wesley,
tell
or that
just how
anyone exists
sour
outside of
the
Angel.
relationship between
It's
those two are
jarring
going.
and bizarre and makes
Just that
Cordy
the
feel completely
decline.
out of character. The assassination of Cordelia's character continues as she develops mysterious glowing powers, which are used as de ex machinas several times and culminate in her blindly accepting the return Skip's offer to become a higher being. A move that feels utterly bizarre and leads straight into the complete decimation of her character in the following season. And now is where we have to pause and briefly cover some very not fun stuff. It has long been common knowledge in the Buffyverse fandom that Charisma Carpenter was fired after the 4th season of Angel because she fell pregnant and, according to Joss Whedon, did not inform him in time, thus allegedly forcing him to greatly alter his plans for her character in season 4. While Charisma has always been upfront about this fact, it was not until more recent years, and with other allegations of abuse against Whedon coming to light, that Charisma has revealed the full extent of what she endured on the set of Angel, which included bullying, unsafe working conditions while pregnant, and direct abuse from Whedon himself. This apparent anger that Whedon felt at Charisma apparently ruining his planned arc is reflected in the writing of the character over the 4th season, making it so that Cordelia's final season on the show was not only her worst, but was eventually revealed to literally be completely out of character for her, leaving the fans and the actress feeling betrayed. Cordelia spends the first few episodes of season 4 floating uselessly on some higher plane.
God, I am so bored.
The so-called big destiny that was revealed to her at the end of the prior season apparently ended up meaning nothing, and she returns to Earth at the end of the 3rd episode, conveniently struck down with amnesia. This is where the insults to her character begin. Not only does amnesiac Cordelia instantly start making stupid decisions, Team Angel also follow suit, resulting in a million mixed messages and unexplainable situations, and culminating in
almost
Cordelia
like
inexplicably deciding to trust the
it's almost like he's
Connor
running out the
and stay
clock.
with him
Like he's just
instead
trying
of
to
at
get
the
rid of her,
Hyperion Hotel.
but he doesn't want to make it
Even
too abrupt.
after Cordelia receives her memories back, she continues to shack up with a teenager, acting more and more out of character, flirting with the boy whom, just a year before, she fed as a baby, and apparently distrusting Team Angel so much that she drags Connor into her latest vision quest, resulting in both of them almost dying. And then we have the cherry on top of this horrendous sundae that is the destruction of Cordelia's character as she seduces and sleeps with Angel's underage son.
Oh,
it is
what?
eventually revealed that Cordelia has turned evil, for want of a better expression, and further episodes confirm that it's not even the real Cordelia driving her body anymore. She has been possessed by a higher power who is using Cordelia's body in order to give birth to itself. While this finally offers a concrete explanation for Cordelia's extremely disturbing behavior, the reveal comes so late in the season that by that point, the damage is done. The audience has already been forced to watch the person they believe to be Cordelia Chase make reckless decisions, turn her back on her friends, disregard Angel's feelings and complicated relationship with his son, and then groom, seduce, and manipulate said underage son. By the time we get the reveal that Cordy isn't driving her body, our opinions of her have lowered and our faith in the character is shattered. It can make watching season 4
That was
a
on
highly
purpose.
unpleasant experience, knowing how badly Charisma was treated and seeing how badly Cordelia as a character is treated on screen. Cordelia ends the season in a coma with no resolution to her so-called arc, and her apparent final act being losing her bodily autonomy to bring a powerful and not particularly good higher being into the world. It really leaves a bad taste in one's mouth. Luckily, we have You're Welcome, Angel's 100th episode, which brings back the true Cordelia Chase and gives her a very fitting send-off. And to think, it almost didn't happen. After firing Charisma between seasons 4 and 5, Joss Whedon apparently had no intention of bringing her back, content to let her character rot away in a coma without thought to the actress who portrayed her for 7 years or the fans who loved her dearly. The showrunner initially asked Sarah Michelle Gellar to reprise her role of Buffy for the 100th episode, and it was only after Sarah declined due to scheduling conflicts that Whedon reached out to Charisma, who agreed to return on one condition, that Whedon did not kill her off. According to Charisma, Whedon agreed to this, but, as we all know, the episode does indeed confirm Cordelia's death. Once again, Whedon showed a complete lack of respect to Charisma and her character,
Oh
and
my
it's kind of
gosh.
a miracle that the episode ends up treating Cordelia so well and gives her such a fitting send-off. You're welcome resurrects the old Cordelia, the one we really haven't seen since the end of season 2. When the powers that be wake her temporarily from her coma, Cordelia sets out to tell Angel off for his recent choices and to set him back on his path.
Angel, do you realize what's happening? You've made a deal with the devil.
Cordy gets to reconnect with her old team, in particular Wesley and Angel, both of whom she shares extremely warm and genuine scenes with. She brings her old sass and bluntness back and fits right back into the team seamlessly. And she finally gets a proper goodbye and acknowledgement of how much she meant to Angel.
Probably because she
the
didn't want to do it.
character, and the series
So he's
as
like, all right, I'll just do it with you off screen.
a whole.
Oh,
Terrible.
and you're welcome.
Cordelia Chase leaves behind a
That
very
disrespect is
complicated legacy.
crazy.
She was one of the original reformed Mean Girls, without whom we wouldn't have characters like Summer Roberts, Blair Waldorf, or Cheryl Blossom. She grew from a one-dimensional antagonist to a well-rounded and entertaining character who was strong enough to become a lead on the spin-off show. Her character underwent amazing growth and development in many respects, and Charisma Carpenter always felt like she was bringing everything she had to the role. However, the complete lack of respect and the mistreatment of Charisma behind the scenes will always taint the character.
Jeez.
And in-universe, we saw
That's
the effects.
crazy.
Which means that Cordelia's character never truly got to achieve her full potential, and that she will always be associated with a creator who caused so much damage.
Brutal. Excellent video. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original. Go throw it some much deserved love. God, that is so disgusting to hear that. God. Death was off screen. Throw the link in the Twitch chat for those of you watching live. Go check out the channel. They might have other videos that might interest you. Maybe you want to request them for later viewing. Dang. Angel gets a phone call after she says you're welcome, telling him she died without waking from the coma. Ugh. So clearly, he didn't make her do the actual death scene. He just disrespectfully did it off screen. That's crazy. That is absolutely nuts to treat someone who's been such a massive part of the universe for years. That's crazy. Honestly, that's how I felt when Han Solo was just kind of thrown down a bottomless pit, and then there was no funeral scene. It was just kind of... Anyway, moving on. I'm like, wait, whoa. We're talking one of the most iconic characters of that entire world, and you just threw him down a bottomless pit, and that's it? Like, what? That was absolutely infuriating. So if I was a fan of Buffy and Angel, I would be absolutely pissed about what they did. I haven't even seen all the episodes, and I used to watch hit or miss an episode when I was a kid. I would never say I was a Buffy fan or an Angel fan, but I did watch them on occasion because they were entertaining. My oldest brother I would consider him a fan. He was watching them more regularly, especially Angel. And yeah, that is just, even with the little amount that I watched of it, I'm still mad over the treatment. Lied to get her back and broke the deal by killing her off. That's crazy. That is truly nuts. Let's go ahead and check out some more information on Cordelia. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, 10 of her best lines. Willow, nice dress. Good to know you've seen the softer side of Sears. Sears is was I don't think they're still around. Maybe they are. They went bankrupt years ago. Department store, basically. Cordelia's first line of the series, and right off the bat, we get a sense of who this character is. Yep, she's mean. She's being a bully, but she's a funny bully with wit, which makes her a lot more likable than just your average run-of-the-mill mean girl who will trip you in the hallway or tell you that your hair looks bad, but Cordelia's burns are well thought out. She's smart, a trait that comes in handy a lot since she joins up with the Scooby Gang to fight all the things that go bump in the night. Quote, what is your childhood trauma? This is Cordelia's reaction when Buffy approaches her, stake in hand. In the first episode of the series, Buffy moves to Sunnydale and no one knows that she's a Slayer, or even that the town is riddled with vampires, and that's why so many people go missing or turn up dead and bloodless. Cordelia is totally in the dark about the place she calls home, so when Buffy approaches her with a vampire-killing weapon, Cordelia understandably freaks out. Of course, in true Cordelia fashion, her panic is always very funny. We get this gem of a line. Next one is, oh God, is the world ending? I have to research a paper on Bosnia for tomorrow, but if the world's ending, I'm not going to bother. I have the same feeling with saving for retirement. I'm like, am I even going to make it to retirement? And then you have that other feeling of, well, I guess if I do, I should be prepared. But then you have that other feeling of, but am I even going to make it, you know? Who knows? We have no idea what, our life entails. We just have to kind of live it. Giles and Buffy are in the middle of a very heated argument once Buffy learns that Giles poisoned her, and took away her powers per the order of the Watchers Council, who have initiated a Slayer test for Buffy that could potentially get her killed. Buffy is crushed that Giles betrayed her trust, and Giles feels like a fool. Enter Cordelia, who sees the seriousness of the conversation she's just barged in on and decides to lighten the mood a little. Quote, why doesn't he just slit her throat or strangle her while she's sleeping or cut her heart out? What? I'm trying to help. It's not helpful, Cordelia. Angel is now Angelus, one of the most wicked vampires in history. He spent one passionate night with Buffy, and that moment of true happiness changed Angel back into his original evil form. Angel spent a lot of time in the Summers house when he was a good vampire, which gives bad Angel free reign of Buffy's house and uses that to his advantage. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I think I remember seeing that when I was younger. Angel visits Buffy while she sleeps, leaving clues that he was there, but he doesn't kill her. Boy, that's creepy. It's so creepy. Oh, gosh. Oh, that's terrifying. Scooby Gang, because they're like Scooby and his gang. Yeah, absolutely. And it's hilarious, of course. Quote, I wish Buffy Summers had never come to Sunnydale. Cordelia says things she doesn't mean a lot, but this time what she says gets her and the rest of Sunnydale into serious trouble, and she might find a way to take back those words. A new girl, Anya, shows up at Sunnydale as Cordelia nurses her broken heart because she just discovered that Xander had been cheating on her with Willow. Anya isn't just the new girl in town, she's a vengeance demon, and eventually coaxes this wish out of Cordelia so she can grant it. Ooh. Without the Slayer in town, all hell breaks loose. Be careful what you wish for. Yeah, indeed. Leaves Willow dead fish on the pillow. Quote, hello? How stupid are you people? She's the Slayer. I'm a homecoming queen. At this point in the series, there are two Slayers. Buffy technically died at the end of season 1 at the hands of the Master. She drowned, but Xander gave her CPR and brought her back to life. Even though Buffy was only dead for a minute, that was just enough time to summon a new Slayer. In the episode Homecoming, Cordelia is mistaken for Faith, the second Slayer, by a group of bloodthirsty vampires. And with Buffy, she might fight her way out of danger, but not without a few witty comebacks. Quote, I'm not saying we should kill a teacher every day just so I can lose weight. I'm just saying when tragedy strikes, we have to look on the bright side, you know? Cordelia gets much better at dealing with all the death and destruction living in Sunnydale brings, but in this early episode in season 1, she doesn't have the best coping skills. A teacher shows up dead in a fridge, and Cordelia is struck with grief. One of Cordelia's best traits is that she doesn't let anything bring her down. No matter the situation, she can always find the silver lining. It's a perfect example. What's up, Ellie? Welcome in. Happy Monday. It was Savannah. Congratulations, Savannah. Quote, I think this is great. Now you can leave and never come back. In season 3, not only does the gang have a slew of new demons to worry about, but they also have to start planning for their futures. Their plans are set in motion once their SAT scores come back and Buffy gets a shockingly good grade. Buffy's so used to failing, she doesn't know what to do with this information. She turns to her friends, who, of course, incredibly excited for her. 1430 on your SATs could open a lot of doors. Yeah, back then the perfect score was 1600. So 1430 is really good. Quote, I ran. I think I made it through three counties before I realized nobody was chasing me. Sounds like Forrest Gump. I was running. Season 2 finale, Becoming Part 2, is arguably the most heartbreaking episode of the entire series. Buffy and her friends are fast with their toughest fight yet, and they almost don't make it out alive. They've escaped death plenty of times leading up to this episode, but this escape feels different and brings out a lot of vulnerability for all our favorite characters. Quote, look, Buffy, you may be hot stuff when it comes to demonology or whatever, but when it comes to dating, I'm the Slayer. Good. That is a good one. Angel makes every girl swoon, and Cordelia is not the exception. In Season 2's Halloween episode, Cordelia questions Buffy about her new, very attractive, dark, and mysterious friend. Buffy and Will inform Cordelia of Angel's undeadness, but she doesn't believe them because Angel is nice and sweet, and most importantly, hasn't tried to kill anyone. Cordelia assumes Buffy must feel threatened by her to make up a lie like that because Cordelia knows that she has a particular power over men, and she's not afraid to use it. That was a good one. I'm the Slayer. Quote, that would be my dream. Buffy the Vampire Slayer star hopes for reboot return despite character's death. Conversation about a reboot has been in the works for years. It wasn't until earlier this year. This was in, this year, a couple months ago. Sarah Michelle Gellar confirmed the project is in its early stages. Gellar had previously shut down the idea of coming back to her iconic role of Buffy Summers, but she came around when she revealed her new dream team. Two-time Oscar winner filmmaker Chloe Zhao from The Eternals and Nomadland as director, and Poker Face's Nora and Zila Zuckerman as writers, showrunners, and executive producers. Aside from Gellar, no other original character has been confirmed to return, but Charisma Carpenter told Collider she hopes she'll return. Quote, I hope so in some fashion. It's more in a substantive way. During the Indiana Comic-Con over the weekend, Carpenter gave an enthusiastic answer about a potential return. Quote, I hope so. From what I understand, there isn't even a plot at the moment, or a pilot. So I hope if I'm involved, I hope I'm in some fashion it's more substantive way. That would be my dream. Nice. They've cast the star of the show now, and there's currently an open casting call for it. Oh, wow. She added, I think it would be very poetic to be invited back, especially having the people that were involved to begin with, the best parts of it, Gail Berman, and then having Chloe Zhao direct, Oscar winner, and in general, badass. And then the Zuck sisters, who are incredible writers, and then obviously Sarah backing it, and I hope to be part of it. Didn't have a lot of involvement in the original series, although she was briefly part of the Scooby Gang when dating Xander. However, she was a key character in Angel. However, her character was ready to ascend a higher plane to become a higher being, which put a stop to her recently formed romance with Angel. Goddess Jasmine later used Cordelia, which led to her death. Who's coming back for the revival? So far, the only confirmed actor to reprise her role is Sarah Michelle Gellar. It's been in the works for years. Focused on giving the world a worthy story. James Marsters, who played the iconic Spike. However, he was very keen on not revealing anything ahead of time. Seth Green, who played Oz, also shared his willingness to reprise the role, as well as Juliet Landau, who played the villain Drusilla, despite her death in Angel. Interesting. After all the damage done, I don't blame them. Yeah, it's true. Hard not to notice the all-female team. Yeah, very true. Hopefully that keeps some of the nonsense away from the set. 10 times Cordelia was the most important character on Buffy and Angel. Buffy, she calls Buffy out when nobody else has the guts to. It's not the first time Buffy's been hit with some harsh words from Cordelia, but it's the first time Cordy's been right. In season 2, Buffy is still understandably traumatized from having been briefly killed by the Master. By taking it out on her friends, not cool. While Cordelia may outwardly loathe the Scooby Gang, she recognizes that they're great friends who are lucky to have each other. She has the guts to stand up to Buffy, the strong and confident Slayer. She stakes a vampire. Big whoop, right? Buffy stakes them all the time. Well, Buffy's a Slayer. It's kind of her job. In contrast, Cordelia has precious little incentive for putting her life on the line, but she does it anyway. Even when she's a member of the Scooby Gang, Cordelia was dismissed as dead weight. Certainly wasn't the strongest asset to the group, but she logged a considerable amount of hours in the library and driving people around on various missions. She founds Angel Investigations. Yeah, she literally was the business, was literally the CEO, basically, the founder. It's the supernatural one thing I've learned from Vampire Diaries and other shows. No one is dead permanently. Very true. They can make a few resurrections. Yeah, of course. Of course. Many see the Angel Investigations team as heroes for putting their lives on the line in order to help the helpless. That wasn't Cordelia's motivation for founding the agency. Just a starving actress who needed a job. May seem crass to monetize life-saving, but think about it. Heroes have to eat too. True. Even if the whole endeavor started out as a way for Cordy to earn a couple bucks, legitimately helped save a ton of lives, it's also a perpetual thorn on the side of Wolfram and Hart, the evil law firm. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Buffy, she schools Buffy in loneliness. Buffy is nothing if not a celebration of the outcast. It fully encapsulates what it feels to be on the fringes. It gives the marginalized not just someone to root for, but the entire group of people. The nerds rule, cool kids drool theme is prevalent throughout most of season 1 until the show flips that whole notion on its head. She finds herself in danger when a disgruntled classmate, now invisible, wants to kill her. As the Slayer, Buffy hangs around Cordelia for protection, leading the two enemies to have a heart-to-heart. Cordy confesses that just because she's popular doesn't mean she's not lonely. In fact, sometimes she feels the loneliest around her so-called friends. Yeah, if you're popular, you're going to attract people to be around you. And chances are those people are just clinging to you, so they in turn become popular as well. That is a truth as old as time. If you have a lot of money, you'll have a lot of people hanging around you that want to use you for your influence, your money, your fame, whatever. That is just a fact of life. And it's frankly up to the person that's popular or wealthy to determine the kind of people they want around them. Are they cool with having those hype people around them? Like, I know they only use, they're only around me because of what I can give them, but they're also very positive towards me. They never criticize me, et cetera, et cetera. Or do you want the right people around you? And you kind of weed those people out. Like, they don't care. They're only around me because they want to, either be me or be around me. It's up to everybody. Kind of shows the character of the person. Buffy, she breaks up with Xander the second time. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is seen as one of the most prominent feminist TV shows of all time, and with good reason. From the Slayer to her friends and even the villains, female of this show are strong, independent, and powerful. However, as badass as these women may be, many of them have terrible taste in men. For example, every relationship Buffy has could... Wait, what? For example, every relationship Buffy has could be called problematic. One of the show's most significant relationships, very few women end things. Often they're waiting to be left. Still, Cordelia is always one to buck the trend and create a new one. When she catches Xander making out with Willow, that's it, game over, no going back. Of course, before Cordelia has a chance to dump him, she gets impaled. Xander was a terrible boyfriend. The cheating wasn't cool, but that's the least of it. When Cordy dumps you, you stay dumped. Buffy should take notes. She declines an alternate reality where her dreams come true. Most of the Scoobies would be lost without a demon to fight. Cordelia is the opposite. At least she starts off that way. On Angel, Skip, a demon cast out of the powers that be, offers her a chance to escape her debilitating visions and live the life she always wanted. He rewrites history so that instead of working for Angel, becomes the most famous actress she once aspired to be. It's all well and fabulous until she discovers that Angel was given the visions instead, which tormented him. Old Cordelia would likely have shrugged this off and continued to live her lavish new life. New Cordelia shows that she's really changed, reverses it. She leaves the Cordettes. Isn't some tantalizing spell dangled in front of Cordelia by some mystical creature? She makes this decision on her own. Queen Bee can only rule if she has followers. So by Cordy giving hers the kiss-off, she's abdicating the high school throne. Xander is hardly worthy of such a grand gesture, but he's not really the point here. True. Main hanger-on was Harmony, who in Angel Season 5 is randomly added to be the dumb one. Jeez. Lead Cordette, basically. Point is that the Cordettes are the worst and that nobody should dictate who their friends date. On Angel, she sacrifices herself to stop Jasmine. When a person's willing to die for the good of the world, they truly become a hero. Using Cordelia as a host, Jasmine was able to manipulate Angel to remove Angel's soul. The only way to force her out of Cordelia is to reduce Cordy to a vegetative state. She dies in order to become a higher power. You're welcome. Buffy and Angel, she tells it like it is. Thin line between brutal honesty and downright meanness, and Cordelia flirts with it constantly. Sometimes the straightforwardness makes her the voice of the audience. When she laments that human sacrifices are almost always female virgins. For instance, bottom line, when it comes to fighting bad guys, there's no time to beat around the bush. Thinks it, says it, it's her way, as she said. On Angel, she becomes the Vision Girl. What is this, Bizarro World? When Doyle dies, he passes his gift of visions onto Cordelia? Isn't she one of the most selfish people on the planet, though? This makes no sense, or does it? Before he died, Doyle was in love with Cordelia and saw the big heart she often hides from the rest of the world. When she receives the visions, Cordelia becomes the ultimate empathizer because she can actually feel the pain of what others are going through. Yeah. Doyle could have had a little more foresight. He's half demon, whereas Cordelia is mortal and doesn't have the magical strength to handle the visions. She's literally just Angel's secretary. Crazy. Crazy. It's unfortunate how they treated the character. Obviously, with Joss's interactions with her, it becomes very clear why the character was basically, well, for lack of a better word, neutered in a way. Boy, you know, I would love to be a fly on the wall in some of those situations, some of those conversations, to see how it went down. I'm sure it was just brutal. Brutal. You know, we can't ever know in the moment how it sounded or, you know, what was decided. We can only obviously know from what's been said. But good grief. Just from hearing what some of that conversation was like, I'm sure it was just awful. Awful. So hopefully if they do the reboot, and I think we don't have to worry about this, he's going to be nowhere near that thing. Thankfully. But then again, without him, there would be no Buffy. So I don't know. How do you wrap your mind around that? Take it easy, Jace. Appreciate you being here. All right, let's get on to the next one. It is the Way Home TikTok edits because this show needs to be talked about more. Buffy was already a movie. He just made a TV version. That's true. That is true. So it's not his copyright. That's good. That is good news. That is good news. Jeez. All right. The Way Home. Let's bring that up and get going. Here we go. I don't think I know what this is about, so this will be interesting. Obviously, we'll learn about it afterwards. Won an award a day or two ago? Nice.
Every pumpkin pie, chocolate candy, Jesus Christ, ain't nothing please me more than you. Oh, let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you. Oh, let me go home. Home is...
I'm not a time traveler.
I'm a time traveler.
I'm a time traveler.
I'm a time traveler.
I'm a time traveler. I don't know why you would assume that I wasn't a time traveler. I look like I could be a time traveler, don't I?
Am I a time traveler? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. You tell me.
Rolling back to you. Never thought of closing.
Yeah, usually when you think of Hallmark movies or shows, they're usually just very... not the biggest budget, so they come across quite cheesy. So it's interesting to hear that they produce something that's really worthwhile.
Another year and the clock keeps ticking. Sometimes it's happier, but it keeps ticking. Another loss, another win, another possibly beginning, and the world keeps spinning. There's another
It's pretty impressive casting. Time travel, characters all have younger versions. Yeah, I was noticing the fact that the actors look pretty close.
I thought you were mine, so leave it as time passed through.
Honestly, most of the experience I have with Hallmark Channel is those holiday, romance rom-coms, if you will. Always about like a small town. Or like big city girl comes to a small town, falls in love with a farmer or something. So it's interesting that they produce other types of content. Oh, yeah. When you least expect it. I guess that confirms the fact that I think it was Ben Affleck on a podcast said there's only a small number of actors that are like actual working actors.
And I think that it sucks that you lost your
It's not
job,
surprising
but
we
it
see
shouldn't mean
so
I have
many
to move to
actors on
middle of
different
nowhere
shows.
Canada.
Come, daughter, let's go spend time together.
For all these years, you're still in love with Cat Landry.
Come on.
And when I do,
Kiss me already.
it's gonna be perfect.
You'll understand one day, Al. When you're in love.
I took your hand
You're gonna make your move.
because you were the one that I needed,
I'm waiting for the right moment.
and I still do.
I need you to.
Slipping through my fingers all the time. I try to capture every minute, the feeling in it. Slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in her mind? Each time I think
If there's time travel, it's probably a little confusing.
she keeps on growing. Slipping through my fingers all the time.
Acknowledge
On your street, crash the party like a record
how much
scratch
I
as
was hurt.
scream. Who's afraid
But they
of
couldn't.
little old me?
Because it was my fault.
Oh my
I
gosh.
was tame, I was gentle till the circus life made me mean. Don't you worry, folks, we took out all her teeth. Who's afraid of little old me?
You just watch me fix it.
Well, you should be, you should be, you should be.
Wally's fries, thank you. I will.
I thought Alice was the only one on the planet who likes that disgusting combo. You two are like soulmates.
It gets that confusing.
Max, I was just trying to be nice.
Well, I don't need nice. You don't have to get to know me, Alice. You don't even have to like me.
Don't you know you can change your hair and you can change your clothes. You can change your mind, that's just the way it goes. You can say goodbye and you can say hello, but you'll always find a way back home. You can change your style, you can change your dreams. You can learn to fly and you can chase your dreams. You can laugh and cry, but everybody knows you'll always find your way back home. Hear me, darling.
But they couldn't.
You could stay.
Because it was my fault.
I love you. And I love you, Catherine.
Mom, do you think that you could sleep in here tonight? Like we used to?
Miss that too. As teenagers or sleepovers.
I miss you now. I miss my mom.
If I was dying
saw the beginning.
I've been here before.
Then I would have run into your arms and I would never have let go. There's something here, isn't there?
Don't know how the story is
Hmm.
gonna
Yelling at me.
Okay, you know what? Forget it.
Oh, I'm terrified of love, but you could be the
Mm.
one to know that I'll be safe with you. I'd rather try a million times for us to get it right than fall in love with someone new. No, I don't need
Jeez.
Since I always knew where I'd wind up.
It's always been you.
Since I always loved you.
What? Are you okay? It's okay, I got shot. What?
What?
Come, daughter, let's go spend time together.
Yeah, no big deal. I just got shot.
Catherine.
It was written in the stars.
What?
If I could take us back, if I could just do that, and write in every empty space the words I love you in the place of every time I'm not erased.
Come with me, Al. Please, we can.
I'm actually kind of shocked at this production quality from Hallmark Channel. I know there's a lot of heavy filters on this, and it does change the overall feel by having it edits and set to music. But I'm legitimately shocked. I didn't know they actually made shows like this.
That was kind of evil, but I really loved it. To do is just get out of here. Drugs. Are there drugs here now? Fort Haven, attractive year. Lyle, my roommate, is my mother. Dinner's ready. Everybody sit. Let's open that wine. And fun. Who's tired? I don't even want to kiss you anymore. Yes, that is definitely why I am here. Oh, that's so funny. I'm just gonna keep on running. Cool. I'm sorry. Oh, Rita. Need you together? No. I didn't mean for that to happen. Oh. War? The war, yes. Because it's 1814, and 1812 was 2 years ago, which is when it started. The war, I mean, Americans, trouble, am I right? Come, daughter, let's go spend time together. Quite the year already, huh?
Is everything okay?
Huh? Yeah. No.
So even the characters get confused.
We need to talk about last night.
When somebody tells you that they traveled through time, you need to look at it from all of the angles, right? And you need evidence.
What do you want, my DNA?
Could you? I'm lucky I wasn't fired or arrested.
Sorry, I'm just really freaking out.
If you're Kat's kid in the future, then who's your dad?
Ew! Obviously not you, dude. Just my science teacher. Send the Polaroid.
Science fair. Chemical reaction. Could you please stop doing that? Talk to me, but with this door very open.
You're supposed to be my guru or whatever.
Give a guy a little time to be the Giles to your Buffy.
Who to my what?
Cried for Genesee.
Shout out Giles and Buffy.
Clothes are a very loose term for what you left me, Elliot.
Everyone's a critic. Everyone's a critic, right?
Keep an eye on that Polaroid. If you pull a Marty McFly and it started to disappear, then we have a problem. Come on. Back to the Future?
You were so old. You didn't tell me that the pond can send me ahead in time?
How about hi, Mr. Augustine?
We ran from the cops together. Don't hold out on me.
Trap the cops! That way.
I can't go to jail here, Elliot.
We can get you to the pond. I didn't tell you because I know how confusing your life becomes when someone tells you your future.
Well, I officially like their banter.
Why go back at all? Because when someone's going through a hard time, their friends are there for them. And Mom, we were best friends.
Nice. I do have the link. We'll play a little sample here and there. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how they got it this close.
I don't want this to end. Okay.
No, Ellie, it's not the end. It can't be.
That is an interesting relationship.
In my time, we rise early.
I wouldn't even
we
know how
drink
to
early,
navigate that.
We take to our beds early. What have you been up to all these years? You still collect Pokemon cards? Oh, I see.
Actually, if you do at this point,
Man
you
of the
got a
house.
ton of money.
And the only approval you should be seeking is mine. Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm sorry, just a little bit of time travel humor there. You should have seen your face. I can't get over how much easier it is farming with a tractor. In my time, men would duel for less.
Barmaid, we're gonna need something a bit stronger than this watered-down swill.
Is that from a play or something?
Yes.
Barmaiden. Reminds me of Thor when he had coffee or whatever, or something. I'll have another. Smashes the cup.
I did not break and enter. I just entered.
You broke and entered?
Is that Taylor I hear?
He called me Catherine. He looked me in the eyes. And he told me that he loved me. Brady because there was nothing for me here.
Can't keep hurting like this. I'm
Oh,
floundering.
nice.
Because I have nothing left to cling to.
That's the one positive time travel.
Be careful, okay? I love you. I love you.
I did it, Susanna. Well, you did it. You wrote it. But you're being published. What we have. I needed it in my time. You need to go. Now. No.
I thought.
Max,
Hmm.
I didn't hate that kiss either.
Interesting.
I have
Confusing but heartwarming.
and she's so much like you. I wish that you would met her.
Who we got here?
Alice, it's so nice to meet you.
You can thank Alice for that. She tuned it in my car on a bumpy road.
Wow. You got skills, Alice?
Because you know what to tell her. You always did with me.
Starting to think Alice is kind of the glue here.
Should have kept every grocery store receipt, cause every scrap of you would be taken from me. Watched as you signed your name, Marjorie. All your closets.
I wish your grandpa could have heard you sing.
And how you left them all.
He would have loved that.
There's a little taste of the music. Enemies to lovers trope between Max and Alice.
Look what it's given me. A chance to play music with my granddaughter. In 2 eras. Oh, I'll never forget it.
I'm terrified. You gotta do the thing that scares you. That's what Colton always said.
Are you still playing guitar?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Keep at it. You have talent, Alice. Keep it up. Once a singer, always a singer.
I will. I promise.
Keep singing, okay?
I think I'm gonna do more of it. Colton never gave up on his dream. You were his. And music is mine.
That was very sweet.
Finally got a handle on the fire situation. Can I make you something to eat? Fries and mustard.
So that's the combination, huh? Fries and mustard. It's an interesting choice. Honestly, I don't even think I've ever tried that, which is weird because it seems like such an easy combination to do.
wager. If you can beat me at chess, I'll talk to Mr. Augustine and get him to assign me a new lab partner. I know you hate me.
Hate's a strong word, but I just didn't think you cared what anyone thought of you.
Oh, I don't. Also, you have 0 chance of winning here, so...
Oh, well, now I have to win, because I need to wipe that smug grin off your face.
When I checkmate you in 5 moves, that smug factor will really get unbearable.
It's okay. It's okay. If I can't know you in your time, at least I got to know you in mine. Just, hey, tell Jacob. Tell him I love him. And I love you too. Alice.
Too, Grandpa.
Tired that I might quit my job,
Wow.
start a new life, and they'd all be so disappointed. Cause who am I if not exploited? I'm so sick
4th
of
season coming next year. Nice. Nice. It's not going to get canceled midstream. Love to hear it. Love to hear it.
and I don't stick up for myself. I'm anxious and nothing.
That was unbelievable.
I'd done this before, and I wish people liked me more. All I did was try my best. It's the kind of things I did. I'm relentlessly obsessed. They say these are the golden years, but I wish I could disappear. Ego crush is so severe. God, it's brutal out here.
By all accounts, she almost drowned when she was 6 in frigid water. And I can confirm she made a curious child, ever reviled by everyone except her own father. With a quite bewitching face, splendidly selfish, charmingly helpless,
There's
excellent
more
fun
notice.
till you get
One good
to
thing about it being
know
on
her.
a less mainstream
Put a
platform is
wager.
the ratings
If you
won't
can beat
cost
me
too
at
much.
chess, I'll talk to Mr. Augustine and
That
get
is
him to
true.
assign me a new lab
That
partner.
is very
I know
true.
you hate me.
Hate's a strong word.
If it was on
but I just
Netflix
didn't think you cared what anyone thought of you.
and it got super popular and blew up,
You have 0
the actors would
chance of
want
winning here,
more,
so...
Well, now I
costs
have
would
to win.
rise, then they'd start to look at it critically, like, is this worth it?
The worst was over my hand, was the one you reached for. All throughout the great war, always remember,
As soon as the ratings dip, out of here.
always be yours, 'cause we survived the great war.
We keep this love in a photograph.
It's kind of where the CW,
Made these memories for ourselves.
as long as it kept like a consistently decent audience, it usually was kept around.
So you can keep me.
They do cancel a lot, but
Looking up your ripped jeans, holding me closer till our eyes.
yeah, sci-fi shows, all those like, I guess you would call it B-tier networks, usually have a better chance of staying around. Using lesser known people, you know, they're not asking for $1 million an episode kind of thing. Interesting. That is, number one, good news in the fact that it wasn't canceled. Love that. It, I'm assuming, has quite the consistent and passionate fan base. You would assume, you know, just off of reputation, Hallmark Channel is typically older audience, I'm assuming. Maybe they've really bought into the story and the characters and everything, so hopefully it remains consistent, so it sticks around. We'll look into that, of course. Seems like a very interesting show. Obviously, the dynamics are a bit confusing out of context, but within context, it's probably easily to get. Some things, you know, when you react to it, a little difficult, but I'm assuming I'll eventually get there. let's check out some information. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original video. Go throw some love and also check out Luke's channel. There might be other videos you might be interested in. Let me go ahead and throw that in the chat for those watching live. There you are. Let's go ahead and bring up some more information. Read a little bit more into this. The Way Home. I have literally never heard of this show, so that proves the point. It's not mainstream enough that everybody knows about it, I guess. So maybe that'll be in its favor. It's an easy show to binge. Some mystery, some plot twists, some emotion, but not entirely heavy. That's good. That's very good. I am shocked this is on Hallmark Channel. I'm very shocked. It was announced season 3 would instead premiere on Hallmark Plus beginning January 2nd and airing in sometime in the fourth quarter on Hallmark Channel. However, following negative feedback, there you go, from viewers, Hallmark reversed the decision to air it on the channel later. The season premiered on January 3rd on the Hallmark Channel and then on Hallmark Plus the next day as a result. We love to hear it. We love to hear it. I think this is, number one, it was a smart decision to not do that. That is a good way to bury a show, is to only have it on your Plus channel. Try to milk your audience full of money. Like, how many people have Hallmark Plus? Probably not a lot of your audience. So it makes sense to not do that. This is not. Welcome in, Coney. We do have the AmazingPhil video last. This was the second to last one. 10 episodes per season. Doesn't have filter episodes that fantasy time travel shows could have. Okay. We like that. We like that. Filler episodes. I'm so glad they listened to them and didn't do that. Series is a time travel drama about the lives of 3 generations of strong, willful, and independent Landry women who embark on a journey to find their way back to each other while learning important lessons about their family's past. More than 20 years prior, life-changing events prompted Kat to move away from her small Canadian farm town of Port Haven, and she remains estranged from Dell to this day. Alice has never met her grandmother and is unaware of the reasons for their fractured family. With Kat's marriage coming to an end and having just been laid off from her job, she decides to return home after receiving an unexpected letter from Dell, urging her to come back. Although Alice is none too thrilled, Kat and her daughter arrive at her family's farm. Though the reunion isn't what Kat had envisioned, as the 3 generations of women slowly work on finding their footing as a family, they embark on an enlightening and surprising journey none of them could have imagined, as they learn how to find their way back to each other. Interesting. Yeah, Hallmark Channel. Who saw that coming? Andy McDowell I've seen in so many different things. So that's probably the one name that immediately jumps out to me. First season holds a 100% approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes based on 5 reviews. Nice. Kat Landry. I love you. You are my everything, kiddo. Oldest child of Colton and Dell. Younger brother is Jacob. Daughter Alice with her ex-husband Brady. Occupation journalist. Alive. Born in 1984. Younger brother Jake. As kids, Kat and Jacob would say they were going to be a team where she would be a journalist and Jake would be her photographer. They would leave their mark JK everywhere. That's funny. Since a hero always leaves their mark. In 1999, Kat was near the pond when she saw someone drowning and saved Alice. She introduced herself as Kat Landry to Alice. They return home when they pass by the barn where Elliot, their best friend, is. He invites her to see the stars. She refused because she had to help her father. When Colton heard this, he told her not to use it as an excuse. Alice was surprised to see him alive and asked him if he was her father. Kat said yes. Whoa. As soon as Kat tells her all about Alice, she invites her home. There she lends Allie clothes to change. As soon as she comes down of the stairs, after changing clothes, she's surprised to meet young Dell and Jacob. I'm assuming these first couple appearances are just wild. At 99, Kat and Jake went to Port Haven Carnival Fair along with Brady. At the fair, Jacob wants first win a stuffed animal and then goes to a Ferris wheel. Kat asked him if he wanted to go with him, but he said he was old enough to go by himself and he should with her for Brady. Wait, what? Wait for her and Brady, I'm assuming. While on her turn, she's kissing Brady. Well, while Jacob tries to get her attention because he dropped his stuffed animal on the floor, asking for help, but she ignores it. Kat and Brady finish their turn. They don't know where Jacob is, but Brady assures that he maybe went again, but his seat comes back empty, so he decided to look for him. Oh boy. Searching everywhere, Kat goes to tell the parents that she can't find Jacob. Decide that she needs to go home in case Jacob went back, even though she doesn't like it. She goes along with Brady, Alice, and Kat. Colton's death. After 15 years together, Kat and Brady decided to divorce following that they were having a lot of fights, and since they were not having any time together, Alice suffers with the divorce, making her getting expelled from school during presentation. Meanwhile, Kat gets a letter from Dell saying she needed her to come home. Obviously, there's a lot missing here, and there's quite a bit of typos. Mine was, oh yeah, Grey's Anatomy, that's right. Interesting. Alice, only daughter of Kat and Brady. Allie was named after her mother's childhood best friend, Alice. Student, okay. She's about to drown in a pond of the family property, where she is saved by a teenage cat, as we just read. After being saved, Kat took her home. On her way home, they bumped into a teenager, Elliot, Kat's best friend, who invited her to see the stars. Blah, blah, blah. On June 20th, Alice and Elliot, after waking up, they go to the pond. There, Elliot still didn't believe in time travel and requires proof. Not surprising. I mean, I think we all would. He asks if he is her father. Ellie tells him that he is just her science teacher. Then she jumps into the pond. Worried, Elliot jumps after her. Ellie travels through time, but Elliot returns to the surface to wait for her to return. But she doesn't. He believes her. Oh. Jacob did go home with older Kat, but after Kat went back to her present-day time, Jacob ended up at the pond. That's where all the time travel happens. And fell in and ended up in the late 1700s, early 1800s, where he grew up and was raised by Elijah Landry, Rebecca. That was his disappearance. Oh, okay. Could you imagine falling into a pond and then waking up in the 1800s? What? I don't even know what I would do. I would be very confused and probably upset at the fact that literally everybody I know doesn't even exist at that moment in time. That would be quite the identity crisis. After leaving the pond, she ran to Landry Farm to change her clothes. As soon as she came out of the bathroom, she was hugged by Kat. Kat explained she was trying to get back home. Kat was upset because she thought she wanted to go back to Brady. Even though she was the one who had been looking for her for 12 hours. He became a soldier if Kat didn't find him and take him home. He was going to be executed or die anyway. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Well, that's not a good experience. Dell, now quit your worrying about tomorrow when today isn't over. That's solid advice. Solid advice. Indeed. Don't worry about the future, worry about the present. As the wife of late Colton, mother of 2 children, Kat and Jacob. Since Colton's death, she has owned the Landry farm, who has been in her family for generations. In her youth, she came to Port Haven and ended up marrying native Colton, whom she had 2 kids, of course. Over the years, Dell became one of the beloved members of the community. Fisherman found Jacob's stuffed animal at the beach and gave it to Colton. He goes on his boat to try to find him. When he comes back, he informs Dell that Jake is gone. Oof. That's brutal. Brutal. Hence the family rivalry. Nice. So this is a Reddit post. I've recently watched season 1 and half of 2 so far. I go through them relatively quickly because they go quick. So easy to watch and addictive. I think I got through first season's episode in 3 or 4 nights. And I can't wait to watch the rest of 2. I love this show. I feel like it's funny, sad, gut-wrenching at times, intriguing, and I like all the leads. I think they all act well, and besides Andy McDowell, I had never heard the stars. Can't stop watching and waiting to see what happens. There really isn't a dull moment. The show really is a great watch, so entertaining and heartfelt. Chyler, who plays Kat, has had some other big roles, Grey's Anatomy, Supergirl. Other than her and Andy, however, I too have never seen the rest of them in anything else, but I agree the whole cast does a great job. I even like Brady. Randomly stumbled across the show about a week ago on Amazon Prime and thought, well, I loved Chyler in Grey's Anatomy, so let's give it a shot. Cut to a week later, I've already binged both seasons. I'm about ready to rewatch it. Now I'm hounding my mom to watch it so I can discuss it with somebody. One of the best shows. That's amazing, isn't it? That is truly amazing. I love that. Now I'm hounding my mom to watch it. One of the best shows that's been made recently, and I live in fear of it getting an early cancellation. Isn't that true? That literally just describes Luke's entire existence right there. Living in fear of early cancellation. It seems like every show you love gets canceled. It's crazy. Crazy. So, knock on wood. This one sticks around for a while. One of the best shows that's been made recently. It's so good and it hits you right in the feels. Huge Hallmark hit. I hope it goes to Netflix. No. It can be aired on Netflix, but we don't want Netflix taking it over because that'll be instant death. I watched it on Peacock. I'm obsessed with it. So great. Apparently it's on Amazon too, maybe. I think someone just said that. I came from the time travel and stayed for the TT and the family drama. It's a beautiful show and the cast is phenomenal. I'm sorry, what is TT? Time travel. Another thought about this show. Usually I find it disgusting when older men go with young girls. Oh boy. But Nick and Alice's relationship was done in such a creative, sweet way, and he's so sweet, all the men, and women for most part. I've watched the show and rewatched it 3 times. The actor who plays adult Elliot was in Versailles. Oh. I love the show too. I agree. I've avoided this website my entire life, but had to join when I heard there people discussing theories. Oh, now you're a Redditor. Back in 1800, it was Cyrus Goodwin and Casey today. Just watched season 1 all over again. with my eye on Coleman. Afraid what I saw. Haven't finished season 2 yet. Just binged both seasons on Peacock, so it is on Peacock. Very Netflixy how they end episodes with a big moment that makes you want to watch ASAP the next episode. I love good sci-fi and good soapy couples and character plotty shows. I still watch Eureka. That was a sci-fi channel show. Every so often for that mix. So agree on loving the characters. I started watching 2 days ago. Can't turn it off. Time travel family tree dynamics. Renewed for a 4th season. There you go. Love to hear it. Such a great show. People seeing the Hallmark brand and staying away should check it out anyway. This is not something I'd expect for Hallmark. It's got a great cast, excellent acting, really engaging story. I second this. The storyline had me on edge of my seat. I never expected Hallmark to do a show with time travel, but they knocked it out of the park. Yeah, no, I would literally never in a million years expect Hallmark Channel to put out anything like this. It's really a great show, interesting science fiction, family drama. If you like time travel, aren't turned off by family drama or romance, I'd encourage you to try it. You can find it on Peacock. It's not perfect. There are also some silly things. Why does no one realize that Landry women are always wet? Excuse me? What? Huh? But it does a great job as both a family drama, romance, and time travel story. Made so many typos because it's 2 a.m. Hope you can understand. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Honestly, your typos are 100% better than some of those wikis I just read. My wife will be happy. I will get to continue to question the sentient pond that can control space and time. Wins all around. This makes me happy. Can't wait to see what time period they're going to add next. Oh, that's a good point. Where are they going to go with it? Story is really good, but I'm sorry the dialogue and acting is still a bit clunky at times. It's way better than I expected for a Hallmark show. I'm enjoying the plot of it, but I still get those cheesy sitcom vibes at times. Well, I mean, it is Hallmark Channel, so it is going to have some of those at random points. But the fact that it's not all the time is an improvement. A great improvement. All right, so apparently this is some of the music from season 3. Original music. Colton, Jordan Dow, grabs his guitar and sings Summer Breeze during their summer shindig at the Cove. I don't think I'm going to show the video because I don't want to give anybody any chance to block this entire stream. So I'll just scroll up, but we can listen to it. I think that was referencing the Landry women coming out of the pond wet and not many people being like, why are they in wet clothes? It's not raining. Oh, that's a good point.
All right, stop. I'll play. On a Friday night, little light is shining through the window, lets me know everything's alright. The summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Summer breeze makes me feel fine.
They got good voices. Dang. That's nice. Still waiting for these to all be on Spotify? Right. Colton performs a folk song, Fare Thee Well. In coils that makes Kat ask herself more questions about the pond. Interesting.
And hung by the light of the moon, my love, and hung by the light of the moon. She was a healer, or so she had said. My potions.
I really like that. That is good. That is ridiculously good. As a duet, Alice and Colton, Sadie and Jordan, the actors' names, perform Breathe.
Won't you carry a part of my broken heart as you slip from these cold hands of mine? For fate has divine, and a smuggler and sprite are divided by water and time. So you drift in your world while I wander mine. Now sing what is too sad to tell to be.
Dang, those are good. That was good. That was really good. Songs work because they're original, not in every episode, and they tell the story. Some songs even had lyrics where characters like Kat hear and find out a secret link to the time travel. Nice. So it actually has a purpose.
Beats in my dreams. Somewhere in our tomorrow, there's a song they will sing to the sea about you and me. So I just breathe, hope the water brings you back to you.
Oh my gosh. I'm actually really impressed. Dang. All right, last one here.
You're the reason this garden is growing. You keep us calm like the night. You shine like a passage on the water in the moonlight. In your eyes, there's a horizon, so I can find my way back home. You just know when you find it, then you'll never be alone. Love your eyes, how they give me a reason, how they change in the light.
Dang. In fact, it's his granddaughter who time traveled to find her grandfather who passed away. That death broke her family, and she sang with him. Just playing his songs fixed her family. Wow. That is powerful. Beautiful. That's the power of these songs in the show. That's heartwarming, which is what Hallmark Channel does well, to be fair. That is what the Hallmark Channel does well. They handle family drama and, those kind of heartfelt moments very well. That's what they're known for. So I'm not surprised they nail those scenes at all. That's amazing. Good singing, good voices. I like the fact that it progresses the story. It's tangible. It's not just, to sound good. It's actually part of it. I think that's really fantastic. Seems like a very good show. Happy it's getting renewed. Obviously, if it gets on Netflix or anything like that, more people will know about it, which is always good, I suppose. But also, hopefully, Hallmark never lets it go. Never lets it go. Although you always have to worry about, seasons go by, actors, maybe somebody notices them, maybe they want them in a project, maybe they leave. That's always a chance, right? So hopefully that doesn't happen for a few more seasons. Usually when you get around to that 7th season, it's iffy. Spotify needs to release these songs in full. Yeah, quite amazing. Quite amazing. Very well done. Dang, that's a show I knew nothing about. And I can say I'm very impressed. Very impressed with what Hallmark is able to do with that. I never thought they had that kind of production quality. Usually it's very simple kind of shows, usually involving some sort of romance. Two unlikely people meet and then they fall in love. It's typically Hallmark in a way. Even if one leaving breaks the dynamic. Yeah, true. I think the show would work as long as Kat, Del, Alice, and Elliot stay the show. Wouldn't work without them. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate as these shows go along and they get more popular, or maybe the actors get seen and people start going, you know, I bet I could write that, you know, they'd be great for this role. And then you're just like, dang it. No. Don't offer them other roles. Wait. But unfortunately, that happens. And then they offer more money, and then they have to go. Ugh. It's an unfortunate reality of being seen. But let's go ahead and shift gears a little bit. This is the last video of the Monday stream. Some of the songs players in earlier seasons, but like 5 to 10 seconds. So when Young Colton was added, they extended the songs and made the story arc of how they were made, first performed. Nice. Cool. Oh, I'm glad they extended them. Honestly, that's just another way to like monetize the show and earn money off the show, is by having people listen to them, stream it, you know, even buy it if it's good enough. So it could be quite the cash cow if it's very good. Breathe, for example, in the last song we heard, then they added Alice's backing duet. Nice. Yeah, it makes sense. It honestly makes sense. And it's just another revenue stream, basically. So they can afford the actors as the seasons go on and all that good stuff. All right, last video of the day is how Phil nearly died. This is from the AmazingPhil channel. We've seen quite a bit of AmazingPhil and obviously Dan as well. So this should be hilarious, I'm assuming. Everything Dan and Phil touch turns to gold, apparently. Let's go ahead and bring that up and jump in.
Hello.
What's up?
Our flight. Hello.
What's up?
Our flight got cancelled. We're not meant to be here.
What the hell's going on?
We're trapped.
Dan and Phil coming to you live from the Med.
Yeah.
On a holiday.
Dan doesn't think this t-shirt is appropriate for the resort. Everyone is dressed in all these linen-y, nice things, and I'm just like,
Rodin Boys summer on.
Hey!
If you can hear, there's some cicadas going absolutely.
Oh gosh, cicadas are horrendous.
This is why Japanese people get really angry in the summer. Imagine this for 3 months. Why are we here?
I nearly died the other week, which for Phil, it's a typical Tuesday.
I don't think I've heard any so far this year, but I know they're coming.
It was genuinely quite traumatic, and
It
this
was.
isn't just your typical YouTube clickbait.
No.
OMG, I stubbed my toe. This is like
It was a whole shebang, and the bang was my ass. I'm no stranger to talking
is
about.
a really horrible thing without the context.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna have to wait like a minute before you get that context.
I'm no stranger to talking about my ass on the internet. I've done a whole colonoscopy video, and I think
Hey,
you should.
need them.
You should
Medical checkups.
be allowed to talk about your
Get
butt.
that camera up your butt.
Yes, and I want people to not feel ashamed to see a doctor about butt issues.
All the
so
holes.
I'm
Get
going to
those
be
doctors, stick in the
open about my hole.
Phil's ass and his mind and his mouth are open.
Oh my gosh.
So this video contains a lot of butt stuff and also a lot of blood. So if you're not feeling vibey with that, it's fine.
But I don't think
You
we're
can
going to be
check out.
like gross
No.
or scary. I think it's more just kind of like medically interesting. So if
Yes.
you can hold it together, it's educational.
It is educational.
Like the guy who showed his.
No,
YouTube. It's
stop.
educational.
Stop.
Okay. So why am I here? If this is your
You're
anecdote?
integral to the story, and I know if I said this all myself, you'd be like, I didn't do that in that way.
Well, the thing is, you were unconscious for a reasonable part of
Yes,
the story.
you are the jigsaw piece that we're missing.
I am Jigsaw.
Dun dun dun. Dun, dun, dun,
Phil
dun, dun,
Lester,
dun, dun.
you've been clickbaiting on YouTube for too long. If you really want to give these people a story, I'm going to make you fight for the right to do it ever again.
Before we kick off, you should kick yourself off to our danandphiltour.com website. We are going on tour.
I need to start clickbaiting more, I
Yes.
think.
In your town.
I think I should look into
Happens
that.
again, come see us.
It would mean so much to see you in the audience, and we're going all over the world: Australia,
Europe.
USA,
the UK,
UK,
That's
Ireland.
it. Yep.
Look,
This list.
Look at that.
Just title this stream,
Lots of American places.
Phil almost died?
Definitely know where all of those
those are.
So if you saw my last ass video, I had a colonoscopy.
The ass saga.
Yes.
The Sarg ass.
They recommended I have another one in 2 or 3 years later. The time came, it was fine, shoved a camera up there, I went a bit loopy, didn't talk about Mario Kart this time while watching the screen. Wow. So they were going along, having a swim up my ass channel.
Oh god.
Oh my
I hate
gosh.
this so much.
And
I go until it's my time.
And the doctor was just like, oh, there's a little something here. I'm just going to chop it out so we can do a biopsy. I was like, cool, okay, do it. Everything was fine. Got the results back. Nothing wrong with it.
Phil
Go on.
comes home.
Go on with your
walks
life.
a bit funny.
Yeah.
Typical Tuesday.
Bit of a waddle. 10
Bit of a
days.
waddle.
My butt is feeling good. I'm raring for my rodent boy summer.
What the
I don't know. I'm sorry.
You need to calm down.
I need to
for
calm
someone
down.
that cheated death.
I know.
God's testing you, and you're testing him right now. You wake up. It's a normal day.
It's a normal day. Dan's just got the Elden Ring DLC.
I am so excited.
Yeah.
I have not played it yet for a week because I've been working really hard on all the tour stuff. So I was so ready for this weekend.
So I'm watching him play that for a bit, and I was like, this is making me feel a bit dizzy. I'm feeling a bit, and you're like, it's probably just motion sickness. You're watching this, I'm spinning around my ancient shadow tree sword, and it's making me feel a bit weird. So I was like, I'm gonna go lie down for a bit, feeling more weird. Feeling like I've had 3 drinks. I'm not a heavy drinker. So 3
A lightweight.
Sat on the bed, something's weird.
Something's weird. Then here comes the TMI part of it.
Oh,
prepare yourself. I'm like, I feel like I need to go to the bathroom. Gonna go to the bathroom. All I'm gonna say is it looked like a literal crime scene in there. It looked like some
Dexter.
Jigsaw has
Blastoise used hydro pump, except it was red.
Not only that, when you think it might stop after that, it continued to pour.
Oh my
so
gosh.
something is seriously wrong with me here.
Yeah, and you thought, well, look, this sometimes
It's usually a
happens.
red flag,
Maybe it's
if
like
you will.
An aftershock from the pokey.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sure it's fine. It was not fine. 10 minutes later,
That's how amazing Elden Ring is.
I came to Dan and say, I feel like I'm going to die.
I feel very weird.
I feel weird.
Very weird.
Let's go
maybe
to the hospital.
Now. And what I was not going to do was
Is stop,
not take Phil
play
to
Elden
the
Ring.
hospital after he abandoned me going to the eye hospital by myself not 2 weeks ago.
I got flamed
so I was
about
like,
that.
Yes, Phil.
We get in a taxi to the hospital. I'm clenching
We're not
my
like ambulance. We're just going to go to the
gonna go.
A&A.
It's probably quicker.
that's fine.
I'm clenching my butt cheeks so hard, so I don't want to like.
You don't want to
make a mess.
Skidoo all over the taxi.
Taxi driver's like,
All right, lads. So, what do you think about the Euros? Football.
don't talk to
Well,
me.
that was my worst
Don't
nightmare.
talk
because
to
Phil
me.
was looking at me like, oh,
Speak.
I'm feeling
Speak to
dizzy.
say.
Dan, you need to do it. And I was like, you want me
Talk about
to
football.
do the football small talk with the cab driver?
Those balls.
He owes me so much right now. So, typical Dan and Phil moment. Taxi drops us off on the complete ironic, wrong end of the hospital.
Yeah.
Not the ass department.
No, we needed the ass
Yeah,
department.
no, the front entrance.
Yeah. In fact, what we were looking for was the
back door.
The A&E department, because I was in an emergency and I was having an accident.
So then we had to walk all the way around this building through the streets of London.
Man stops me like,
Hey, do you want to donate to the animals?
How are you doing today?
No.
Put some money. Please put some money in the charity. And Phil
can't.
was like, sir, if you don't get the hell out of my way, I'm going to shart blood into your charity. But like, you don't understand. Like, this is not a threat.
It's not a threat.
You want to save the pandas?
Yeah.
The pandas, it's going to, you move. But we shuffle around to the building.
We do.
We get in. There's about 6 people in the queue to get to the front desk. But
I love how this started as Phil telling the story, and now it's just Dan telling the story.
So they go,
Hi, welcome to Accident and Emergency. What has fallen off today?
and Phil
That's
looks
so
at me,
funny.
I look at you and go, I'm going to faint. The whole room was going black and white. I was getting fuzzies in my eyes.
And I was like, it's okay, buddy. We can sit you down in a chair. You've made it to the right place. You
Yes.
just need to speak to this lady, explain what's wrong, and then you can sit down. I'll get you a lilt. We got to the woman. She said, hi, who are you? What do you want? And Phil went, huh.
I hit the floor.
F***Phil passes out. Okay, I go, no. What are you about to say?
Why didn't you
weren't
catch me?
here.
So, look.
Why didn't I catch you? Do you know how f***ing heavy you are?
Dad.
I did catch you. I was holding you.
Were you?
Right now. Phil, come on, let's
Right.
do this right now. I did try to catch Phil. This is what happened. Hi, I'm Phil. What? Ah! Exactly! People are really
That's true.
Okay.
I tried! This is how I... So now Phil faint. Yeah. This is what I did. I was like, oh no, Phil's here. And then hold it. See? So yeah, I dropped Phil in like a nice...
You might be able to,
Okay. The lady
you know,
behind the reception desk goes, ah! Which, you know...
you might be able to hold 150 pounds, but when you try to hold 150 pounds of limp body, it is totally different. Totally different.
I'm sure they're used to not panicking.
It's just
but it was
way
very
heavier and
dramatic.
awkward.
Like, hi, how can I help you today? Well, my friend here is worried that he's gonna wabam. Okay,
Yes.
fine. And then Phil, who is no longer conscious decides to stop clenching.
Oh,
And it turns
no.
out Phil in the cab really needed to keep clenching because the
Yes.
moment that he didn't, the shining moment, I think it was coming out of your ankle hole in your trousers.
Yes.
Oh,
And because
no.
you fainted, you did a little roll and you basically spread it across the
spread.
floor. So in about 5 seconds,
Yeah.
you were on the floor in an entire pool of your own blood, looking like a murder outline.
Yeah.
And I was also a bit like, okay, that's quite dramatic.
Yes.
And everyone in the room just started going like, ah! And because it's British, people try not to be dramatic, so you saw everyone go, huh!
Not gonna look at that.
Now a helpful man runs up from behind with a wheelchair and is like, get him in the chair. So I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, yeah, let's get him in the
Get me
chair.
in the
So I'm
chair.
trying to pick you up. God, if I've been going to the gym, I need to go to more gym.
You
Because
need
me
to go
trying
to
to lift a
the Phil
whole
weight.
Phil into this chair, and this man's doing it, and it's like, we did it. And then this man in scrubs runs out, and he goes, what are you doing? Did this guy just faint? And we're like, yes, but don't worry, because we got him
He's in a chair.
in the chair.
He's in the chair.
If he's fainted, you don't put him in a chair, you put him on the floor.
Oh, yes.
So we scoop Phil out of the chair, and then this man in scrubs is just holding Phil's ankles in the air.
Anyway, that worked.
If this wasn't very dramatic and terrifying, it would have looked really funny and silly.
I mean,
'Cause
I'm
imagine
laughing
this
now.
man just going like that. I'm stood there going like this.
Yeah.
And you've got to hand it to the readiness of the people in accident emergency, because they
Yeah.
saw this from across the room, and the people that were in the resuscitation, it's in like the pre-ICU thing,
Yeah.
they were like, bed, get all the stuff out. 5 people were there. They lifted Phil onto the bed. They wheeled him round the corner, and I was like, I've got his shoes. I'm coming.
You're just
coming.
like holding my shoes.
It's like, I looked
Why are
around,
my
I was like,
shoes off?
Sorry everybody for the inconvenience. Very dramatic.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna have to clean all that up of the flies.
I regain consciousness at this point, and I feel like I'm in an episode of Grey's Anatomy or ER or whatever.
For you, Scrubs,
Everybody's
I
moving
cannot
very
have imagined
fast.
How confusing and terrifying
It was
this
so
must
weird.
have been.
And they were just going, stat, vitals, and then sticking stuff to me and going, order, levels, measurement, clear.
They did not say clear.
Clear.
They weren't doing that. You weren't quite there yet. You're back conscious at this
I am.
point, and then you've got the IV, you've got the blood pressure, you've got
Yes.
the electrodes all over
And
you.
then I'm just being very British then. I'm just like, so sorry for the inconvenience.
sorry for
I'm
the-
sure I'm fine.
Like, it's this people's job to just save people's lives
Yeah.
all day, every day when dramatic stuff happens. And you're like, I'm so sorry. I know you've all got places to be.
And they're
This
just
is
like,
awfully
stop
inconvenient.
talking.
Shut up.
Let us do the thing.
And I'm just stood in the corner holding Phil's glittery Dan and Phil backpack, like,
Yes.
hi.
They give me this drug that thickens your blood. So that essentially
Ooh,
stopped
the
the bleeding.
thickening.
Yeah. And turned me into like liquid
jelly
Haribo on the inside.
or jam.
That means,
Jam?
yeah.
Jam. And that meant they didn't have to immediately worry anymore because they knew I was all thick inside and sticky.
At this point,
His
I was
blood turned to
officially
pudding.
in the way.
You were.
So I was like, what should I do? And they said, come here. And they put me in the relatives room, which was a little cupboard on the other side.
Box of
Like
tissues.
the ICU.
Who were you with
It was
there?
me and a very old lady that was just sat there like...
You could have made a friend.
And I was like, well, this is pretty weird.
We could have brought Doreen on holiday.
I understand that they want you to not be in the way. It is pretty scary having a friend just go into the ICU and then they're like, go in this cupboard. We'll get you a necessary.
The whole time you're in that room, they have like a TV on or something like that. You're just losing your mind, just counting the seconds. Oh, it's brutal.
And I was like, well, now what the hell am I doing?
I have
Because
a lot
know
of
this is
experience with
adrenaline.
that.
So I was like, well, I brought my laptop. I guess I'm just going to edit the tour trailer. So I was just sat in this relatives room going...
I mean, you did a good job.
open chrome, complications of what was the medicine that he gave? Yeah, so probably shouldn't have done that, but you know, kept occupied.
Then they did a blood test and realised what had happened to me was quite serious, as I'd lost a lot of blood.
A lot of it was on the floor.
I needed a blood transfusion, which means
Wow,
they
that's
get
a
bags
lot of
amounts
blood.
Thank you to whoever donated blood. Go do it if
Donate
you
blood.
can.
Look, you kept Phil alive.
You kept me alive. Maybe I've got some of you in me. That was weird. And as they were pumping me with Kyle's blood, I started to kind of perk up a little bit. I was like,
Yes, that was the problem.
Hello, I'm
you
back.
Lost the blood. You had some, and I was low key like, "Is this an improvement for you? Because your blood, it can't be the good shit. You know what I mean? Maybe we've got an Olympian's blood.
I hope so.
Maybe Kyle was straight, and maybe Phil is now 20% straight.
Maybe I like boobs now. I've not looked at a boob. Wait, let me just Google boob.
This is my laptop.
I do.
Google boobs in your own time. This process was ages. I'm gonna say at least 2 hours. And
Yeah.
I was like, is Phil dead?
What's
What
happening?
is going on? And I get they don't want to tell you things while things are happening. If you're not high priority, there's probably lots of people there that had
It's true. That's very true.
imminent things happening, and if Phil was kind of stable,
Yeah.
you wait over there while we reattach this foot to somebody. I needed answers.
So you went on the
I
hunt.
went for a wander. I was like, I feel like it was a left. And then it was a right, and it was past 2 other people's hospital beds, and then it was this one on the left. So I was splinter selling, I was sneaking, I was doing my thing, I was trying not to get in the way of people. Oh, hi, after you, don't mind me. I turned around the corner, I was like, buddy, how you doing? And I noticed it was a guy handcuffed to a bed with 6 police officers.
Oh, that was not me. Or something very dramatic happened in those 2
I don't
hours.
know what the f*** filled it, but I was like, oh, you're someone that has done or been involved with big crime.
Large
and
crime.
I definitely should not be here. They might be thinking I'm here to do some whacking. Or as I just shuffled backwards, and then I said, hi, my friend Phil. I don't know where he was. I think it was in Reese's Pieces 3. Where'd you go? She was like, yeah, over here. Went around the corner. Phil's just sat there going...
I was zoned out.
Thick.
They'd given me the thick juice. They'd given me some other juice. I don't know what it was. I've also got naked at this point, so I'm just wearing.
Oh, Phil had no clothes.
No.
All his clothes were in a Sainsbury's bag.
A bloody Sainsbury's bag.
Yep.
And I just had one of those gowns on where my butt was out of the back.
Fashion.
And then they took me for a fun scan called a CT angiogram.
Wow.
Where they put some dye in you and then look at where it's going.
Where is the hole?
Where is the hole?
Put some dye in the blood and see where the blood comes out.
We
but
kind of knew where it was going to be.
Yeah.
The machine made me laugh because you're meant to hold your breath, right? When it does it, so it goes, hold your breath.
Yeah, very
Except
important.
the machine goes, hold your breath. And I was, every time it did it, I was like,
You're going into the giant tube of doom.
Whoever said it, the breath.
Can we please rebrand to have a more normal voiceover?
Yes.
In the CT
So that made me laugh and I always messed it up. But I didn't. They looked at the picture and said, yes.
Basically, they found out that when they took a biopsy from Phil, they nicked an artery.
Yes.
And this is something that simply is incredibly unlikely to happen. I think it was 0.05%.
They were like a 1 in 5 to 10,000
Oh my
chance. And the
gosh.
doctors were like, we've never seen this
They were
happen
just
to
like,
anyone.
wow, yeah, there's no way to say this. You are just that unlucky.
You're
Like,
so unlucky.
The chances of that being right there, and then they went in and they did something completely harmless, and
Yeah.
it just so happened
So that
to be
was a
exactly
lot of blood loss.
Perfectly the wrong
Number one,
place.
he had to get a
That's
transfusion.
that is so unlikely.
That is
great.
so wild.
Helpful.
Very cool.
I'm sure that made Phil feel so much better. It was fine.
it was
We
okay.
ended up in the right place at the right
Yeah.
time.
The chances of this are so small. I do not want this to put anyone off getting any kind of surgery, colonoscopy,
No, any
anything.
kind of investigative.
It's so
thing.
safe. I'm
Do
just
it, but then just go to the
lucky.
hospital if you have any suspicions
Yeah.
about it.
Anyway, then I was like, Dan, can you just go get me some stuff?
Yeah.
Like, just go home, grab me
you
a
had
bag.
no clothes.
I have no clothes.
You didn't have
My ass is out.
AirPods.
Is my ass going to be out for the rest of the time?
Flapping out for the god, I don't know, man.
Turns out, yes, it was. So I sent Dan home. Then they transfer me to a ward, which was actually nice. NHS, you did me well.
Phil was put in like
It was
a
a
penthouse
nice
apartment.
It was a nice route. I was like, okay.
Phil was on like the 17th floor with a view of
Yeah.
like panoramic London
I
skyline.
think it's because I was
Wow.
the person that needed their own toilet, essentially, because of my delicate
Yes, they
nature.
did not want. No, that would be
No.
bad for the other people.
Yeah. So then Nurse Susan comes in and she's like, oh, hey, how you going? We're going to move you. Hey, where's all your stuff gone? Did your son take it? Did your son take it? What? First of all, fuck you for having a child face. Second of all, I hope the nurse had forgot their glasses.
Imagine being Phil, drugged out on this bed, dead ass.
What did you say to me?
Nearly died, and then some nurse goes, "Oh, was that your son that was just with
Oh
you
my
that
God.
took your clothes home?"
Look, I think what happened is, because I was so dishevelled and pale, and I have white hair now, they just glanced at me and thought I was an old man.
This is an old man.
That's got to be it.
He's 78. Because you don't look 52.
I don't look 52.
Like, you must either look your age or quadruple your age.
Please. Anyway, that gave me a complex.
That's funny as hell.
For the rest of the day.
Blonde moment. It's been very good for Phil. He deserved to have one traumatically devastating comment.
I think so. So then they came to tell me that I would need surgery in the morning to kind of go up there, do a little stitching, get it all back to normal.
Clean those pipes out.
And then I had the worst anxiety-induced sleep ever.
Good night, bye.
Bye. There was a lot of beeping.
Beep. Oh my God.
Oh,
When we were in that
chatting.
recess room for 9
Beep, boop,
hours, we love medicine and science. Thank you.
Can they invent
So
something
many beep,
that's not a beep?
beep, boop, beep, 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 boop, beep.
Yeah, it
How
is
does it work there?
I don't know. So many beeps. But I did get a little bit of sleep.
nerve-wracking.
And during that sleep, I had a delightful dream. And that was
As long
all
as it's
about
not
my
one long
favourite
beep.
VPN.
Oh
You're
my God.
doing pretty
This
well.
video.
This just became unethical.
NordVPN.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Look, I was meant to do my Nord video last week, and I had to email them and be like, "Hey, I died. Can I do it in a week?" And they were like, "Yeah, sure."
Shout out to our flexible
we love them.
sponsors, NordVPN.
Yay.
Phil delayed it because of his
death.
Near death.
Are you gonna leave while I talk about NordVPN?
Are you gonna give me some of your sponsorship?
You will love it.
Insert my Army Hammer joke from Rory.
No, right. NordVPN is the perfect way to protect your browser, especially if you're in a place like a hotel, and it gives you a secure internet browsing experience. Same thing if you're in a shared house. Someone could be hacking into the router going, "Oh, what's Tommy looking at night?" Well, you don't have to worry. Nord's got your back. And being in a foreign country, I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish I could watch that show, but I can't because it's not available here. The Nord Fairy is here. Change your location.
House of the Dragon is still on the menu.
Yeah, House of the Dragon. You can jump over to Japanese streaming services, watch your anime. It's just click of a button. Lives there in the top of your browser. Boop. Change your location, and you can have it on your phone and your laptop at the same time. So you are covered in all directions. If this sounds like music to your ears, you can go to nordvpn.com/AmazingPhil for 4 months extra for free. Dan, how tasty is the peach?
Bueno.
That is how I feel about NordVPN. Thank you for sponsoring me.
Oh,
Come
man,
back.
I said juicy.
Oh, juicy.
Phil was like, "Oh, thanks, Dan. Try to enjoy some Elden Ring." I was like, "Well, at midnight, after being in hospital for 12 hours, after the most traumatic day ever, no."
Maybe it make you better at the game, the adrenaline, you know? Next morning, a lovely lady comes in and says, "We're going to give you general anesthetic.
Fun.
Do you have any wobbly teeth? Because sometimes we knock them out." I was like, what?
Good
Really?
morning.
No.
Also, by this point, you hadn't eaten in 36 hours.
I was ravenous. Nil by mouth. No water, no food, nothing. They take me down to the anaesthetic room and there's loads of nice people. They were all lovely.
Honestly, if you
They're
think
like,
about it,
okay, we're just going to give you something that's going to make you a little
you're going to
bit
want to
woozy, but it's
fast
not the
during that
anaesthetic. I was like,
situation.
oh yeah, okay, sure.
They lied.
They lied.
Hi, how are you today? Just having a nice... the bitch fell for it again.
Yes.
Silly little sleeping
I
slag.
wanted to chase it because I saw some TikToks of people trying to like stay awake as long as they could, but I didn't even know.
Why would you try doing that?
I don't know.
What if you tried to
It doesn't
chase
work
so
well.
hard that you're like, ha, psych,
I
I'll be the
tried that.
anesthetic. Ah! At this point, I did just do some gaming.
Yes.
Phil's going to text me if he lives or dies.
For sure, I'll text you if I die. It's so weird. You don't even feel like you've slept. It's like, and you're awake.
Ooh.
It's like a teleport.
Spooky.
Very spooky.
Mhm.
So I woke up, I was very groggy because I had morphine and the other opioid starting with fent and ending in nil. I don't want them to like...
Oh my god. So
Yeah.
Phil was
He was-
extremely
I was
vibing right
zazzed.
now.
I
He
had
was
a very
vibing
hot
real
doctor
heavy.
Who had to sit next to me
Of
when I
course
was...
you do. Why are these the
I don't
moments in
know.
life where you get the hot doctor?
And I was feeling very confident. So he was
Oh yeah, I
like...
think Phil's annoying usually.
Yeah.
Meet opiate Phil.
So he was like, what do you do for work? And normally I'd just say, oh, I'm a video editor. But I
Try
was
to
like,
downplay it.
I was just feeling very honest. I was like, I'm a YouTuber.
Oh my
I've got
gosh.
a channel called Dan and Phil Games. And he was like, oh, what? I'll load it up on my phone. And he said,
Oh my god.
I could be a YouTuber. I was like, yeah, and I could talk about this in a video. Maybe I'll mention you. I think I was being so annoying, and he was just like,
Oh, gosh.
Wow.
Okay, mate.
Okay, you either impressed or really terrified that hot doctor.
Both. They said the surgery was a success.
Lovely work.
No longer bleeding. Everything is good with my butt.
Stitched up.
Yeah, will be sore
Love to
for
hear
a
it.
few weeks.
Understandable.
Yeah, and sitting on a few cushions, I'll tell you that much. The bad news was I had to stay in hospital for a whole extra day.
We're going to need to monitor you.
Super boring.
Although I suppose you'd rather be monitored than not.
Yes. Still being annoying, I got taken into my room and someone was like, do you want some tea and biscuits? And I saw the sign that said nil by mouth. And I was like, now I'm more snack by mouth.
You did not
I
say
did,
that.
but in my head that was hilarious because I was on drugs.
So you're like, I just made an amazing joke. And they're like, you just said a normal sentence as if you said an amazing joke.
Yes. And then I was given the best breakfast of my life.
Oh.
Which was...
What?
Some brown toast and butter. Do you know when you're just craving that?
That real... like Hovis.
Slut toast.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
The plainest,
brownest
piece of bread.
The driest.
Some butter and a coffee.
You gotta put so much butter on it just to liven it up.
This is when I was expecting a text back being like, oh my god, I'm so happy, you're
You're so
alive,
brave."
well done. Do you know what he said? Okay. Okay.
This was the first in a list of texts.
No, that was the text. Thanks, Dan. So to punish him, I sent you a big list of things to bring, didn't I?
Rider.
What,
Jesus
have you got
Christ.
it?
Wait.
His
let's see this
rider.
here. Plan, can you please come at 5 and bring a Wagamama's chicken salad, no chili, and a Lucozade, and their healthy juice, and some cutlery. Remember to ticket on the app. Or bring some, also, glittery bag with a vanilla protein shake, some toothbrush, toothpaste, mini Mac and charger and headphones, joggers, the Sophia Nygaard ones.
Yes.
Large boxes, maybe the black ones with a cat on, large steaming socks, maybe some white ones that are on the drying rack, a My Hero Academia hoodie, my white t-shirt from the utility specific, and the remaining Milky Bar buttons.
That was a list.
Okay.
I knew what I wanted. And I knew you could provide all of it.
Okay. That's what happens if I don't bring the white t-shirt from the utility room? Is Phil going to just lose his shit
I
on
will.
me?
I'll
Jesus Christ.
throw you out the window.
When Phil loses his shit, it's going to be a real mess.
It
like
will.
the floor.
Stop, we're not thinking about that anymore.
Okay.
So I didn't realise they were just about to give me painkillers again. So Dan arrived, walked in the door like,
what's up, buddy?
Hey, Phil. And I was just
Phil's
like...
Woo!
So I wasn't very conversational, was I?
Thank God.
We just put
should do
some
that more often.
Below Deck on and watched that for a bit.
3 days later.
I was free to go after that.
Phil was just like, I'm coming home. I was like, what, by yourself?
And I was like, actually,
Yeah,
good
I'm in the
thing,
car.
because I looked at my phone and the Australians had just leaked the tour.
Yeah,
while I was sat in
Shout
hospital.
out to Ticketmaster Australia. Look, here's the thing with touring. We can try as hard as possible.
It's always going to get leaked.
To have a plan. Someone is going to f it up.
So that happened. We had to preemptively do all the announcements.
Just post a cheeky
while
poster
I was
a day
lying
early.
in bed with my ass in the air.
That's
just
so
hoping I'd
annoying.
Move. Since then, I've been all right. Actually, it's not been too painful.
A lot of lying down.
Lots of painkillers.
Well, this was like a couple of days before we were going to come here, and we were like, can we go on a holiday right now?
Yeah.
Or is this completely ruined that?
They just said don't jump in the sea at high velocity, and also don't go on a jet ski. So
yeah, that makes sense.
I've just been taking it easy, and it's been nice.
You've basically just been sleeping
and reading
for 24 hours a day.
But I'm going to be fine. And I've decided not to take any personal.
Hey, that's a
trauma
vacation
from this.
for some.
No anxiety.
Yes.
It's
You're just
fine.
going to put it in a little box, say that it was fine, everything worked out.
Use humour as a coping.
It's never been me.
Also,
I've always
we've
been
got
one
shit
to
film. We've got a
want to
tour
do
to
things
do,
during
so you need
vacation.
to get fit.
Not that
and
I've gone on
ready
a lot of them.
for whatever kind of bullshit we're going to do on that stage.
I'm pumped full of Olympian blood.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
Phil's got that 30% straight in him now, and he's ready to deliver a performance.
I am.
It was slightly traumatic in the moment. And it's one of these things where, look, if a thing happens and you kind of get through it and then you're fine and then your body heals, because that's what people do, then you can kind of get over it. So there's not much point dwelling.
I'm not going to dwell
on the flashback. If Phil didn't go to A&E,
we don't
talk about it because he did and it was fine.
And I've worked through my health anxiety in therapy, and I've got coping mechanisms to deal with it. When I get those thoughts, I can be like, no. Anyway, that's what happened to me.
Yeah.
Don't
clickbait.
Live in the
I don't
present,
want
not
loads
what
of
could have
sympathy
happened.
In the comments, I'm
No,
fine.
no, he doesn't need it.
Feel free to laugh at me.
He had a hot doctor.
It's fine.
Yeah. Shout out to the NHS.
Yes.
Phil thought he was feeling bad, called a doctor. Phil just went to A&E, didn't get charged anything.
Yeah.
Bunch of people saved his life, got blood, got a CT scan, had an angiographic dye out of the whole wazoo.
Yeah.
2 days in a lovely hospital, got his slutty toast. Thanks.
All three. Thank you, NHS.
And all of the amazing nurses.
Cries in American.
Because I was there and they were all super
They were all so
chill.
kind, friendly, joking around. It was great. Except the one that called Dan my son. You are on my naughty list. Time to go on a bloody tour.
So when Phil said the other day, we're not taking anything for granted and we're going to really enjoy this tour that we're going on, Phil really means
I
that
did.
in like a Jesus Christ kind
And
of way.
it's bloody happening soon. So, please come. I really, really want to see you there. Go to danandphiltour.com.
This might be it.
This might be it.
I don't have long, guys. Tickets are on sale right now.
We are going to be adding more shows in the UK and the USA because some have already started to sell out. So if you don't want to miss your
Oh
chance
my
to see Dan
gosh.
Phil in real life, check
That's
now
amazing.
before we're gone forever.
Also, Australia is going very fast as well, so if you're a koala, you might want to check before some of them go.
Give us that chlamydia.
No chlamydia.
Also, because I totally didn't forget, go to nordvpn.com/AmazingPhil for 4 months extra for free. Thanks for sponsoring the video and for giving me nice dreams while I was in the hospital. Nord.
Go watch our mukbang.
Yes, I edited that video with a pina colada, so if I left anything weird in there, sorry.
Interesting.
Try my best.
Subscribe
It's
to
been
me.
A rough couple of weeks.
Subscribe to the gaming channel. Have a lovely day. Hopefully, our flight is not cancelled tomorrow.
Have this peach. Go lie down.
It's amazing they still edit it.
Bye.
That's awesome. That is really cool. That is really cool. Oh my gosh. Traumatic is definitely a good way to put it. Good grief. Nicked an artery. So he was heavily bleeding. So that just kind of paints that picture when they're talking about the scene of him passing out and just the pool. You can pretty much guarantee, yeah, that's pretty accurate description with what was happening. That's crazy. Crazy. Go ahead and throw that some love. Link down below in the video description for the original video. Go throw it some love. Check out their channel as well. AmazingPhil. You've probably already checked it out, but just in case, throw that link in the Twitch chat for those of you watching live. That is extremely traumatic. One thing I've learned over the years of dealing with, hospital visits and whatnot is it's hard. It is really hard. I mean, the funny part is if you're the one going under, you're not awake for any of that. So you go into it, obviously you're nervous of the outcome and all that stuff. How long is it going to take? Are you going to come out the other side? But then you're just knocked out and you can't worry anymore. You're not anxious. And then you just wake up. And when you wake up, you're like, yay. Meanwhile, the family is in the family room area, just biting their nails, pulling their hair, anxious. It is awful. It is an awful experience if you're a family member. So I can only imagine what Dan was going through in that room. And they usually have a nice little separate room with like box of Kleenex if it doesn't go well, or maybe they have to deliver some bad news. It is extremely depressing. Thankfully, it turned out okay. That's definitely a good idea. If you are losing blood, you definitely want to get that checked out ASAP. That was a smart move, and it honestly saved his life. Here's a goofy photo of them in the hospital. Phil is definitely on something at this point. Probably a little groggy. That's very funny. Literally editing, probably, right now. Oh, jeez. That is unbelievable. This is AmazingPhil's Tumblr, by the way. What the hell? Not again? What the F? What? Hope you feel better soon. All the comments, people just like, what? Feel like Phil has the immunity of a Victorian street urchin child. Again? Hashtag butts? So everyone was a bit surprised, to say the least. I'm not even going to say that word, but TIT merch is out now while stocks last. Wear in front of your family to assert dominance. That's funny. That is funny. That's a funny shirt. Tumblr Tuesday. Terrible influence fan art. After taking their Terrible Influence tour to Europe, the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and UK, Dan and Phil brought it home with the official online premiere on Sunday. To mark the occasion, many of you dusted off your unique, exquisite artistic talents and made some TIT-inspired fan art. Please enjoy this selection. Nice. That is extremely talented. Wow. Very nice. He's always going through something. It's so unlucky. That is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. But I will say, he's lucky that he's gotten through all of it. You know? Lucky, but lucky. Unlucky, but lucky, basically. The good news is they have each other, which is very, if you definitely don't want to go through that kind of stuff alone. So the fact that he has somebody to go through it with, so much better. Because it is nerve-wracking. And I didn't even go in for surgery for something serious. Like, it was not that serious. And even that, I was terrified. But my mom was there. So I felt pretty comfortable. Comfortable enough. You're never comfortable in a hospital setting, but comfortable enough. And certainly I've been on the other end of it quite a lot in the waiting room. Ooh. It's definitely better to do it with other people. This is really great fan art. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Sister Daniel. Oh, my gosh. Come on, Tumblr. I love coming from Twitter X. Sign up. That's funny. That's funny. Can I do reader mode here? I cannot. No, it just screws it up. What do we think about this chaotic video? Obviously, it's very traumatic. It's the first time in a while I've gotten emotional watching what's supposed to be a comedic story time video. It's undermined by the fact that it's after the fact and they're being so nonchalant about it in a typical Dan and Phil fashion. But it's also very morbid to imagine Phil in a pool of blood and everything. True. Congratulations, Phil, on the successful bottom surgery. I am dead. That deserves more likes. That deserves way more likes. That is funny. Yeah, I mean, it's morbid, but what helps is the fact that he's fine, right? He made it through. Things are good. He's just, recovering and all that stuff. It's much easier to look at it from a more jovial standpoint than what could have been or what should have been or what, if, when, all that stuff. Like you're never, obviously it takes a lot to process something like that. Sounded like he was going to therapy, which certainly helps. He's got coping mechanisms and stuff. It is difficult, but humor does help quite a bit, even dark humor with situations like that. And the good news, or something to remind yourself, I'm sure he reminds himself about this often, is that he made it through. It's fine. So it kind of gives a little pass to be, kind of jokey or jovial about it. And obviously they're very funny, and that's how they probably handle with a lot of, trauma and whatnot. Hurt to watch a little bit because it reminded me too much of a traumatic hospital incident with my wife, but they still made me laugh. And like many have said in these comments, I'm so glad Phil's okay and they were able to go on holiday and everything. I'm glad they were able to look back on it and laugh. But like someone else said, I hope they have the time to process this and heal, because stuff like this can affect you for years. And I'm always glad to see what a caring friend Dan is and how much they love each other. Yeah, definitely. Had to stop watching because I had a similar incident 6 months ago. Artery nicked during a minor surgery, nearly died. The way they were laughing about it concerns me. I'm still in therapy. Well, this doesn't sound like Phil's first rodeo, as they say. So that kind of helps. If you've been through it before, it helps. Maybe that's how they personally deal with it. It sounded like he was also getting professional help about it. So, you know, I think they didn't want to steer too far away from their typical story videos and really like be down about it. Number one, they're on holiday, right? You don't want to be down on your holiday. But number two, I think they're trying to think about it in a positive light, which is smart. You want to keep, you know, at least somewhat positive on it. As a medical person, I was stressed with this video. This is the time they should have called that ambulance. Although I get that the Uber was probably quicker, I'd self-transport my kid to a direct ICU admit to save time. Yeah. Well, I assume an ambulance doesn't... I don't know the NHS, so I'm assuming an ambulance doesn't cost money over there. Here, it's at least $500 just to call them. And it could be more, frankly, depending on what they do in the ambulance. I've never done so personally, so I don't know the billing outcome of that, but I do know it's probably pretty expensive. But also, if you're about to die, I mean, it's definitely worth it. Loved it so much, so them. Scared for Phil, but there were so many good and funny moments regardless. True. So domestic, the video gets an A for me. The most Phil thing to ever happen, and also a massive surprise. I knew what you wanted. I knew what I wanted, and I knew you'd provide all of it. That was a very funny list. Oh my gosh. That was like a superstar asking for like natural spring water on their rider or something. Like, does that have to be natural? Having worked in the emergency room before, all I could think about during this video was, holy crap, that was close. I'm glad they went as soon as they did. Like Phil said, glad it's all over and happy to just move forward and all, but to be so real for a second, they are 100% right that this could have ended very differently. Yeah, well, yeah. Having an artery cut and, you know, going through that process, that is not good. Not good at all. That could have ended very poorly. I can tell how much they're giving us a lighthearted, joke-packed, sanitized version of what happened, wherein Dan acts annoyed and Phil acts bewildered at the whole thing, but this is a life-changing trauma, and I seriously hope they're feeling okay. Agreed. Just glad he's fine. I know this is a few days old, but I'm really curious. The mortality rate of what happened to Phil was pretty high, right? Yeah. Tough to calculate because it's a rare accident, and we don't know exactly which or where the artery was injured to the extent, but losing enough blood that you need a transfusion, as I said earlier, means you had a close brush with death. If Phil had been alone and lost consciousness, he would definitely have been gone. Yeah, I completely agree with that. If you lost so much blood you need a bag of blood or more, you are not in a good spot. All seriousness aside, I'm dying at the fact that the nurse thought Dan was his son. That was, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's the second time it's happened. That's so funny. Phil sending Dan home to bring him a bunch of stuff and having a chaotic list had me on the floor. Oh my gosh. I also had to go to the hospital today because I was evacuating blood. Better now, all will be fine, but coming home and seeing that Phil and I are truly in sync, that was perfect. If you're seeing them on tour, you need to bring a sign about this. Period. Oh my God. Period. Oh, that's great. I'm glad that has quite a bit of upvotes. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. That was actually a close call. Yeah. Definitely was. Definitely was. I'm glad he made it through. Mm-hmm. Good grief. Phil's got to be in a bubble or something. Got to fashion a bubble and just put him in there. Dang. And the fact that content was made about the colonoscopy and all that stuff, like, oh gosh. the amount of unluckiness that is just crazy. And I love how it's, it's very serious, obviously. But then they turned it into content and monetized it. I can't blame them. It's a good title. It's a good title. But oh man, got lucky. Got really lucky. And they made something funny out of it, which is, pretty amazing. Oh, as long as they have each other, they should be all right. That's the main takeaway there. But thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. That was the end of the stream. If you'd like to request your own videos, you saw what you wanted to see, maybe you want to see something different, you can certainly request so, toddreacts.com. Thank you all for hanging out, of course. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you'd like to tell the algorithm, hey, I like this, I want to see more of this. That'll help a great deal. Follow the Twitch channel, of course, if you want to watch live. Check out the summer collection of merch that just launched June 1st. So it is brand new, 15% off for members of the website. Also ships worldwide. So check out all the new items I worked so very hard on. I hope you enjoy them. And congratulations to Savannah, who won the summer sweepstakes earlier tonight. I will be sending that email to you shortly. Congratulations. If you didn't win this time or you didn't enter, there will be another one. So keep your eyes out. Join the Discord. That is certainly a place where I talk about frequently. So go ahead and check it out. Something good came out of it. Indeed. Well, something bad was coming out, but eventually something good came out of it. Oh, gosh. They just write themselves, don't they? They write themselves. I hope you have a tremendous week ahead, whether it's school, whether it's holiday, whether it's work. I will see you all on Friday. Take care of yourselves, as always. Stay safe. If something feels wrong, go get it checked out. Ask somebody. Anything. Take Phil's word of advice. If it seems wrong, trust it. Trust your gut. All right, everybody. Take it easy. Have a good week. I will see you on Friday.